Oh, I'll bet.
I had to laugh. I think I told you Thursday or Friday, Chris chased me out the door. Hey, you guys doing a show Monday? I started laughing. I said, yeah, we're doing a show Monday.
Ask him if they want to run our show in the afternoon on a best of. I reached out to Trent. I said, how you doing? He said, not well. Not good. I said, welcome to the playoffs. It was some interesting football. Sorry, Paula. Paula, you know there's the thrill of victory. And
no idea what that is. She's
and
a Lions fan.
And yeah. No sense jumping on the bandwagon now, folks. At least wait till next year. Yeah, how good did those games look yesterday, huh? We love our football in the snow.
Got to tell you, it was hard watching the Eagles game on a phone in the snow. Hard to see.
What are you talking about? No attention to the kicker. He didn't miss a kick yesterday. System was on it all week, man. The system was on it all week. 12-6 week. There you go, ambient. Yeah. Jalen Carter is a problem.
Really good, okay music, or just good?
Yeah, I think good.
Who's really good? Give me the team that's really good in the Big Ten.
I'll tell you the scariest team to me.
Illinois.
Yes. The most consistent team is Purdue. Well, Empire, I believe it's why Shane was the one who deserved to lose his job, not Dable. It's absurd. It almost went over 200.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Inauguration Day, and Overreaction Monday. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you had a great weekend. For some of you, I know it was heartbreaking, gut-wrenching. Welcome to the playoffs. All those years you begged, you desperately longed to be in the postseason. And sometimes it can break your heart. That's why we love sports. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing great, David. How are you? Interesting weekend, a little bit of football. I took in my first gymnastics meet, David. My first traveling gymnastics meet on Sunday.
Did it end yet?
No, I think it's still going on.
You had to leave and come home. You've made arrangements for your wife and daughter to get home today.
I don't think it will ever end. It started, David, my daughter's, I guess, her part of the performance, her age group, was supposed to start, I was told at 2. 2:45.
Well, it's not good.
Didn't leave until around 6. The gymnastics meet took longer than the Eagles game.
That's okay. Do you know both NFL playoff games yesterday took only a little bit longer than it took the final threesome to play a round of golf at the American Express Championship? Not that there's a pace of play problem on the PGA Tour or anything. No, everything's fine. But, Mark, I'll say this. You get teams running the football, you get snow, those games move.
Got to tell you, it is difficult to watch a snow game on your phone. It may look really good on the big screen, and I know it does.
Yes, it does.
But on the Apple phone, it sometimes makes it a little tough to see everything you need to see.
Kind of like a snow globe?
Yes. That's a great analogy, David.
You were shaking the phone occasionally going, is that Matthew Stafford? What are they doing wearing white? Right.
I will say I was not the only one at the competition watching the game, David.
Oh, I'll bet you weren't.
The most obvious was the dad who was in charge of the music for the floor routines. He had his computer set up and chords so people could plug their phones in and play their little song for the performances. On the computer, you could clearly see from the bleachers the Eagles-Rams game.
If he really cared, he would have given updates. Best MC job I ever did was for a chorus, a bunch of performances, Sweet Adelines. All right. And I was the MC, and I came out because a bunch of women are performing Sweet Adelines, and there's a bunch of men in the crowd. And so instead of catering to the people that were performing, I gave Sunday NFL updates throughout the show to the crowd.
It would have been appreciated by the men in the crowd, I think. I don't know at what point when you start wearing the I'm a Gymnastics Dad t-shirt that you actually care about the NFL anymore, but I'm sure it's possible.
Yeah, you could just be wearing the shirt for show.
It's possible.
Right. It could just be, a distraction. Miller and Moulton. Well, we had 3 home teams win, which was the average, and we had an upset, and we had a 1 seed go down, which when a home team loses in recent years, half the time the home team losing was a 1 seed. tough not to feel for the Lions and their fans. But by the same token, the last time that the Commanders had been in the NFC title game, George H.W. Bush was president. That's a franchise that went through Daniel Snyder for over 20 years. I know it doesn't have the sympathy of the Lions, 1957 and 0-16 season. Well, no, we know. We know. But that's a franchise whose fan base has been through hell and back also.
And David, Jaden Daniels is him.
Yes. Mm-hmm. He's
that
the dude.
That
yeah
is going to be appointment television, hopefully for the next decade, because he's a frail guy. Injuries could happen. We get it. But, man, he can run it. He can throw it. He can pick you apart. Whatever defense you throw at him, he seems to have an answer. What a performance by that young man.
Well, and here's the other thing. Let's be blunt. I mean, with the way he's performing, is he a top 5 quarterback today? Tough to give him that. But would he be one of the top 5 quarterbacks taken if we did a draft of all the quarterbacks? Yeah, he would. And the other 4 are all in the AFC. That's the other thing about Jaden Daniels. He's got a conference to himself.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's a problem for a lot of teams is right. And while the heavyweights are battling on the other side, Jaden Daniels is like, I'll just keep sneaking up the rankings. My path looks easier than yours. He's impressive.
He really is.
I mean, Mark, his third ever NFL game was that Monday night in Cincinnati when he was, literally almost perfect. And he made just some ridiculous throws in that game. 2 of them on 4th down. And they needed every single one because they held off the Bengals by like 5. Yeah. It's pretty obvious the 2 late games, you can't turn the ball over and win. That's pretty obvious. The one team had 5 turnovers, the other team had 3. You're going to lose. It's as simple as that. You're going to lose. One team plays mistake-free football and you make a bunch of mistakes, you're going to lose.
You're going to lose.
Doesn't matter if you're quote-unquote better, more talented. It doesn't matter. But we got 1 versus 2 and 2 versus 6. And we
Committee
are down.
finally got it right, David.
Exactly. Yep. They really did. If this were the NCAA tournament, we'd have a 1, 2 2s, and a 6.
And we'd be okay with the 6 because what does the 6 have? A rising superstar.
Right. And not only that, the 6 used to be a power and hasn't been one for 30 years.
Well, and David, I don't want to advance it too far because we have plenty of time in the offseason to do it. But with that quarterback and a roster that still has holes in it, you don't think free agents are going to run to play for a new owner in D.C. with that quarterback?
Yeah, I like their future.
I do too.
Yep. And
do too.
This is not the time to say that Miller and Moulton thought he was the next great thing during the offseason. This is not the time. But for as much grief as we get about a lot of things, it just needs to be pointed out that we were all in. All in. All in. And he's even better than we thought. Quicker.
Yes,
Damn.
he is.
Damn. But so many storylines. Interesting factoid of the weekend. The team that gained the most yards lost all 4 playoff games. Now, you could say, well, they were playing from behind and had to throw the ball. And okay. But it's interesting that the team that outgained the other team Lost.
And Lamar, again, comes up short.
Played a really good second half.
He did.
Played an outstanding second half.
He did, but he turned it over
Twice
in the first half. The fumble was inexcusable. The interception was terrible.
Right. I mean, interception happens. All right. He thought the receiver would go one way, he went the other. Okay.
Right.
He was under pressure, and he threw it and guessed wrong. Okay. Credit the Bills. But the fumble was inexcusable. And then, what? One of your 5 best all-around players on the team? I mean, seriously. If you said to John Harbaugh before the game, write down your 5 best players. You think Mark Andrews makes the list?
I guarantee it. He might make it if it's top 3, David.
And it's why we love
certainly
sports.
Most reliable, if you know what I mean.
And it's why we love sports. And it's why it's so hard. It's why also if you have and this might be an overstatement, but the courage to compete. If you have the courage to lay it on the line, we probably need to have a little bit more sympathy for you for how hard it is and how much can go wrong. Because Mark Andrews is a hell of a player, and he's had a hell of a career.
And it went terribly wrong for him yesterday.
And he cost his team a playoff game. I mean, he did. There's no other way to say it down the stretch. He cost his team a playoff game.
Now, there was still a buck and a half left in that game. And 2 timeouts.
But the fumble, I mean, they had scored on 3 straight possessions. They complete the pass to Andrews over midfield. I mean, Buffalo's not stopping them at this point. I mean, you figure they're at least going to get 3, but with the way they're moving the ball, you think they're going to score and take the lead at 24-19. And instead, it allows the Bills to shorten the game and kick the field goal. And so, no, it's unfortunate. Give the Bills, listen, Bills forced the most turnovers. They had the best plus minus, the whole deal. The Bills showed you yesterday what they've done all year. They don't make any mistakes. They don't turn the ball over at all. And they bend but don't break, and they force turnovers on defense. That game was a Buffalo Bills masterpiece yesterday.
Forcing 3 turnovers, all of them large. Josh Allen did what he needed to do at the times he needed to do it to assure his team a win.
I thought Josh
was Kansas City.
I thought Josh was tremendous. I thought he was very Peyton Manning yesterday, only more athletic. We'll talk more about it. Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, 34 degrees in Jacksonville, wind chill at 27. It was the hardest football season for me. Travel was very difficult. Flight delays like never before. And then I had some physical issues. So this was a very challenging football season for me. I couldn't wait for it to be over. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's yeah. We can call it that. Coughing by. See where you would be. You are expected to win. Did I meet her? No, I met Brittany Mahomes, but no. Taylor and Caitlin, they were below us a level.
How about Caitlin Clark? I mean, she
Yeah.
deserves all the accolades she gets, but I mean, a couple of years ago, she was a virtual unknown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now she's hanging out at the 50-yard line with Taylor Swift at a Chiefs game.
Right. I love the fact when we showed the shot of the two of them, all Joe did was talk about Caitlin Clark. Kind of like, well, you know the one on the left. If by chance you don't know the one on the right, first off, where you been?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So I know many of you have off. It's Inauguration Day. Festivities being moved inside because it's chilly. Chilly, chilly. In fact, some may just say it's flat out cold. Mark, I'll warm you up. Okay. I know you're still getting over the 37-hour gymnastics show that you were at yesterday. It's 34 degrees in Jacksonville with a wind chill of 27.
Ouch.
Right. Right. That's in the state of Florida, by the way.
Yes.
That is. Technically, it still qualifies. It's Jacksonville, FL. Yes. Mm-hmm. Winter. I feel like everywhere I've gone the last 7 weeks, it's been winter. Some travel years are easier than others. Sometimes you get a bunch of games in domes. This year, I just felt like it was winter. Even at Arrowhead, people have asked, about the cold. And I go, well, we're pretty lucky in the booths. We've got a ceiling, we've got 2 walls on the side, and usually there's an overhang of some kind, stands usually. And it's very difficult for the wind to get in the booth. Yeah, the wind blew right into the booth Saturday. Wind chill of 7. It was like, man, I got to put some weight back on. All right. Manatee lost like 10 pounds here recently. I need them back.
Well, and David, let's be honest. It's tough to find a toque for that melon. And you could have used a winter cap for that game. Keep those ears a little warm with that wind coming in. And I don't know, unless, your grandmother one time knitted one for you when you were much younger, that there's a hat that fits that head.
So I never put anything on the melon. And first time in the 7 years that Troy and I have been working together, I got the headset on because I talked to him during the game. And I've got my hoodie. And I don't normally wear it. But, obviously I was prepared for the elements. And so I put the hoodie kind of, sort of, it's pulling it over the headset as much as I can get it, because between the headset and the melon, that's a lot of real estate we got to cover. And Troy at one point just looked over and said, listen, I really shouldn't say anything considering how cold it is, but that's a hell of a look I got to my right. I go, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Doing the best I can. It's like, wow, that is some look. So there you have it. But the Chiefs doing what the Chiefs do, which is win.
Right. Getting twice as many penalties called on their opponents as called on them. Most of those penalties coming late when the game was out of hand. I think it was 8-1 at one point, the penalties were.
Well, you sound like a college basketball coach in the second half, reminding the officials what
Don't know what to tell you, David.
What the foul count is. Okay, there's talk today, since the national championship game is tonight, about tweaking the system in college football. I think our poll question should be something along the lines of, do you want Big Brother, replay, New York? Do you want to give them the ability to change just about anything? Personal foul gets called. New York takes a look at it and goes, yeah, it wasn't a personal foul. Pick it up. I mean, because that's seemingly, Mark, where people, what they want, because we're seeing replays quickly in multiple angles. And in theory, sitting at home on our couch, we go, well, that's not a penalty, or that's a catch. That's a catch. So I ask you, do you want, upon further review, replay assist? That's what they call it now.
And I like replay assist. They do it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I think they've done a nice job, particularly when the ball's spotted in the wrong, a half yard ahead, giving someone a first down. They say, whoa, that's not a first down.
Okay.
I think by and large, they're doing a good job with replay assist. I don't see any reason, David, why they couldn't further expand what replay assist is there to do.
Okay. And I'm just going to play devil's advocate. And it's funny because I brought this up in a meeting before the game with the crew, in which I'm like, listen, we get texts and we get people chiming in on the Twitch chat room. And occasionally I do a show that takes calls. And let me tell you, the fans around this league think that the Chiefs get calls. All right. To me, it's the 800-pound gorilla in this game, that if they get a couple of big calls early, I am telling you, people nationwide will freak out because they think that the officials are on Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes' side. And so now, Mark, with that in mind, if you think Big Brother is aiding a team, well, isn't New York the biggest of brothers? I mean, what if all of a sudden New York comes in and sees something a certain way and everybody goes, well, wait a minute. And then doesn't the conspiracy, doesn't the thinking, oh, it's not just the officials on the field. Hell, it's the league office. They want so-and-so to win.
Well, replay assists can screw up, David. All I have to do is take you back to the Texas-Arizona State game. The non-targeting call late in that game that we all watched with our own eyes.
Right.
It went for booth review. It went to Chicago for review by the head of the Big Ten officiating people, and they still said it wasn't targeting.
Correct. And apparently everyone else in the country thought it was. Right.
So there is no perfect system.
But here, how far do you want to go? No, and I'm serious. Do you want all calls? Do you want to do the Belichick? You and I were in favor of the Belichick 10 years ago. He went to an owners meeting and he said, I want everything reviewable. You only want to give us 2 or 3 challenges? Fine. I literally want to be able to challenge anything and everything because you never know when the key play is going to be. What do you want to open up to replay assist?
Everything.
Okay. Listen, I'm fine with everything. That's real simple.
Everything.
Okay.
I want the calls to be right. That's all I want. And I had a soft spot for the Lions. I don't have an NFL team. I really don't. I was bummed out that the Lions lost, but trust me, I didn't lose an ounce of sleep over the game. Texting with a buddy of mine who's also from Michigan, and neither of us had the Lions bug. And it's like, Lions football. But I want the calls right. That's all I want. I don't want phantom personal foul calls. When 2 defenders hit each other in the head, the quarterback doesn't get hit, and a 15-yard penalty's called.
So you want the 2 controversial personal fouls on the Texans against the Chiefs. You would like for replay review, New York, to be able to come in after the fact and go, upon further review, that's not roughing the passer. That's not unnecessary roughness. We're picking up the flag.
Yes.
Okay.
I do. And I think most football fans do, particularly unnecessary roughness. It bothers people to see that penalty called so often. I get keeping the quarterback safe. But when they call it, there's no repercussions for an incorrect call.
I wish we could somehow set up a drill where the official is like running after a cone or something, and then right as they're about to go down to tackle the cone falls over. And I'd like to see, what happens to the official with gravity, at work. I just think that they expect these defensive players to be video games. I mean, those defensive players were on their way down to hit Mahomes, and then he decides to go down. Never mind the fact they didn't hit him.
They hit each other. Eight to 4, damn near 3-1 in yards in that penalties in that game.
Yeah, the Texans were not happy. I mean, when the Texans call out the officiating after a game, that's about as serious as the NFL gets. We knew we'd be playing against the officials, and boy, were we playing against the officials. Wow. Okay. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What are we doing for a poll question?
Something along the lines of, do you want replay assist to be able to overturn anything and everything? Yes, no. In the NFL, comma. Empire, it's not rigged. Okay, it's literally the only thing that could bring the league down.
the NFL, do you want replay assist to be able to change any call?
Yes. And capitalize any, if you would.
I will.
I know, losing at home to Creighton. That's all right. Only my first day. You got the pass interference. That was a gift.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, Terry Bowden will join us 2 hours from now, the longtime college football coach and broadcaster, to break down the Natty, Ohio State and Notre Dame, tonight in 13 hours in Hotlanta, which ain't so hot. Terry Bowden in 2 hours. Right now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, the divisional playoffs wrapped up yesterday in the snow. Come on, how great is football in the snow? I mean, it was really sticking in Philly. It was, kind of like croutons on the salad in Buffalo, but looks good, doesn't it? This just in, the Rams can't stop Saquon Barkley. He rushed for 255 in the regular season meeting, so they clamped down on him yesterday. He rushed for 205. Now, granted, 140 of the 205 came on 2 long touchdown runs, 78 and 62 yards. Eagles looked as if they had iced the game at 28-15 with 4.5 to go. The Rams score, get it back, and are driving. And then the Eagles came up big and stopped them on downs and advanced to host the NFC Championship game, 28-22. By kickoff, by the way, the Rams were getting more than 6. So that was a visiting team cover. Stafford threw for 324 and 2 touchdowns. And afterwards said he's going to go home and ponder his future. I don't know about you. He can still play.
Yes, he can.
Maybe some of you are seeing what Miller and Moulton saw for last 17 years. That sucker can sling it. Eagles will host the Commanders, 3rd meeting between the two this year because they're division rivals. Each team won at home. Commanders last team to beat the Eagles. In fact, the Eagles started 2-2 and they've won 14 of 15. The only game they lost was to the Commanders. So that'll be 3:00 Sunday, the NFC title game. Meanwhile, the headliner Sunday, the heavyweight matchup, will be in Kansas City after the Chiefs took care of the Texans. How about that safety at the end of the game, though? Huh? How about the point spread being 9.5 and the Chiefs up 11, taking a safety in the final 15 seconds, huh? How about that? Don't laugh. It's actually the smart play. The only way they could lose the game was to have the punt blocked, recovered for a touchdown, and then have the Texans line up for an onside kick. So it is actually the smart thing to do. But how many of you were getting the Texans in 9.5 or the Chiefs and laying 9.5, huh? And the Chiefs won by 9 on a safety with 15 seconds to go. Hello. Chiefs will host the Bills. Bills forced 3 turnovers and stopped 2 Ravens 2-point conversions. Mark, let me ask you this. When Baltimore scored on their first possession of the second half and cut 21-10 to 21-16, did you think, No, they kicked a field goal.
Field goal. It made it 20. It made it 21-19 because that 2-point conversion would have tied the game, right?
Would it have tied the game or cut it to 3 at the time? Probably should know this if I'm going to bring the point up. Okay, I thought Tucker kicked a field goal to cut it to 8, and then they scored.
Yeah, exactly.
So they went for 2 at 21-19, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. There were people who thought that Harbaugh should have kicked the extra point there.
I was surprised he chased points that early. I would have been fine either way. I wasn't pounding the desk, saying you've got to kick it there, but that's early for me to be chasing points.
Minute and a half to go, third quarter, down 2. And you know me, I'm not a 2-point conversion guy. I thought about it. I kind of weighed it. Now, what I had difficulty with was the play call. They had just lined up in the I formation and run the ball down the field. Well, why not line up in the I formation for the 2.5? I had a problem with the play call. Anyway, 3 turnovers forced by the Bills defense. They stopped not 1, but 2 2-point conversions. Mark Andrews dropping one that hit him in the belly button with 1:33 to go in regulation, which would have tied it. And the Bills, 2 touchdown runs of Josh Allen. And despite the Ravens outgaining the Bills by over 140 yards, tough to win when you're -3 in turnovers. The Bills finish the year perfect at home, and they lead the league in turnover margin. 27-25 Buffalo. It took 4 years, but they're back in Kansas City in the AFC Championship game. 3 years removed from 13 seconds. 6:30 Sunday, Kansas City. Top 2 teams in the AFC. Can Buffalo get over the hump? Will the Chiefs go to their 5th Super Bowl in 7 years, chasing a historic three-peat? Washington did suffer a loss Saturday night in Detroit. Their right guard, Sam Cosmi, tore his right ACL, so obviously he's out. And you know who lines up over the right guard for Philadelphia? Jalen Carter.
He's a problem, David.
Mark, he was a problem on Saturdays. Yes. And he is still very much a problem on Sundays. Mark, just pick a number.
7.
Good. Well played. How many candidates have the Bears interviewed for their head coaching job?
67.
Well, you got one of the numbers right. 16.
Wow.
The latest interview in person yesterday was Eddie George, the head coach of Tennessee State, who actually interned with the Bears a couple summers ago as part of the whole Fritz Pollard Alliance internship thing. They gave him an interview. By the way, over the weekend, it came out the Bears called the Steelers and said, so what would it take to trade for Tomlin? And the Steelers said, it's not possible. Click. So apparently the two sides in Pittsburgh really want to stay married.
Yes, they do.
When everybody around them thinks it'd be really good if they broke up. Bill Cowher came out yesterday and said there needs to be coaching and player changes in Pittsburgh. I'm going to say that again out loud slowly. Bill Cowher said that out loud yesterday. College football tonight. The national championship game. It's in Atlanta. It's on ESPN. 7:30. Don't tune in at 8 o'clock. First quarter will be half over. 7:30, 4-letter network. Ohio State, an 8.5-point favorite against Notre Dame. Buckeyes have been favored in every playoff game this year. So the College Football Playoff Committee admitted yesterday that, we may make tweaks before next season in the system. Can I just throw this out there? Why don't you just do one more year the way it is and announce in 2026 when we're going to 14 that we will give the buys, the two buys, to the two best conference champions, and then we will seed teams 3 through 14 based on ranking. But the top two conference champions will get buys. And then we'll seed the teams the way you wanted us to seed them, okay? What's wrong with that?
Nothing, David. I want status quo for one more year. I do find it interesting that they met over the weekend and there's a lot of NFL going on, so they didn't really want to make news and they decided we'll do nothing. But we're holding back the ability in the spring to see what you guys talk about on Monday, how many changes you want to make, and we'll meet again.
Meanwhile, did you hear what the ACC said out loud yesterday? The ACC said they're considering changes to their conference championship game. Wait for it. How would you change your conference championship game, you ask, right? Top two teams in the conference play for the title. No. The ACC is considering giving the regular season champion a pass and having their second and third place teams play each other in the ACC championship game, essentially as an elimination / play-in game to the playoff. So that means this past year, SMU would have been placed on the side and Clemson and Miami would have played. Here's my question. What if the committee then decides they're not going to take either?
What are you going to name the game? Because it's not a conference championship.
The ACC play-in game?
Are they forced to play that game in Dayton?
Are they forced to play it on True TV?
Thank you.
Let's get to the heart of the matter. Remember, what is it? It's a TV show. Steve Sarkisian. Apparently, two NFL teams wanted to interview him. He re-signed Texas for 7 years. He's making 8 figures a year, by the way. Seb Straka won the Amex by 2 over Justin Thomas. You know, our FGCU guy, Frankie Sappin. He was 10th going into Sunday. He finished T12, his second PGA tournament. He earned $169,400.
Good for him, former FGCU golfer.
And
Couple cuts in a row already.
And a friend of the show, too. We got to get him on here quickly before he becomes too big for us.
Exactly.
He's cashing checks like that. NBA, Heat improved to a game over 500. They beat San Antonio at home by 21. Orlando lost because this Jokic guy had another triple-double, 20 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. Denver beat the Magic in Orlando by 13. Mark, the Sixers are 15-26. That means at the midway point of the season, they're on pace to win 30 games. I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem good.
No, but does that get you a play-in in the East?
It leaves you 2 games out of the play-in currently in the East. But, listen, Paul George and Embiid, they didn't play. You know, they're both hurt. Giannis with 34 for Milwaukee in the win. Oklahoma City's 35-7. So they're nearly on pace to win 70 games. They beat Brooklyn by 26. And the Clippers beat the Lakers by 14. Kawhi's back in regular action for the Clippers. LeBron at age 40 had 25 points, 10 assists. Bum. College hoops. Good ones in the Big Ten yesterday. 12th ranked Michigan State at home edged 19th ranked Illinois 80-78. 20th ranked Michigan needed overtime to beat Northwestern 80-76. Ooh, our system hit another one. Charlotte unranked at home getting 11.5. Lost to 18th ranked Memphis by 9. Mark, how'd our system do over the weekend?
David, it went 4-2 over the weekend.
Mark, how did our system do last week?
12-6, I believe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the system went 12-6 from Monday to Sunday in college basketball. Learn the system. Make it your friend. TCU upset Baylor in Waco, 74-71. FAU held off Rice at home by 2. You know, this Doug Gottlieb thing is not working. They've lost 15 in a row. Green Bay is 2-18 on the season. They're getting closer, though. Youngstown State only beat them by 4, 73-69. Hockey, Ottawa, Montreal, and Dallas winners. Tennis, Madison Keys, Emma Navarro, and Igor Swiatek advanced to the quarters on the women's side. Meanwhile, Djokovic, Alcaraz, Sinner, and American Ben Shelton all advanced to the quarters on the men's side. And finally, former Marlins manager Jeff Torborg passed away at the age of 83. That's who David Sampson fired and gave the job to Jack McKeon in 2003. And then we all know how that ended, with Josh Beckett throwing the 5-hitter. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in the Australian Open that you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Did you bring up the Australian Open at all this weekend to anybody?
No. No, I did not. No.
Just curious.
It was tough to think of tennis, although we were in downtown Kansas City. There have been a couple of classic Davis Cups that took place at the old historic Kemper Arena, which is now T-Mobile Arena. Okay, so actually I brought up Davis Cup in an idle conversation, but not the Australian.
Kemper Arena used to be an NCAA every year
Yep.
host,
Yep.
a region of some sort.
Miller and Moulton. Terry Bowden to talk to Natty in 90 minutes. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, he wasn't angry about the first one. He didn't agree with it, but he was angry at the second one. I think you could tell that when he said, "Oh, come on," and that the league needs to step in.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day, on this Inauguration Day, and on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question, well, we're getting to the heart of the matter. This is it. Thumbs up, thumbs down. We don't want to have to bring this up ever again. Okay? Let your voices be heard now, and then we know where you stand. But take everything into account. Mark, what's the poll question?
Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, David.
Thank you.
In the NFL, do you want replay assist to be able to change any call?
Any call. Now, I will say this. When they call a face mask and the guy grabs him by the shoulder pad, I really would like them to be able to chime in and go, yeah, we missed that. And the other way around, when they think he grabs him by the shoulder pad and he grabbed him by the face mask, I would like them to be able to go, yeah, there's 15 yards there. Just remember, though, when you open this door, it is a big door that opens really wide. Really wide. You can't envision how wide. I felt badly for the Bills' left tackle when he was called for an imaginary holding call on their second drive when they were moving the ball. That wasn't holding.
No, is that when he hit the arm of the player and
Yeah,
knocked
it
him
was
down?
perfect technique with your hands, and it knocked the guy down.
Happened to be listening to the game at that point because I was in gymnastics world. Golick was doing color
On Westwood
1, and
Yep.
he was outraged at the call as a lineman. He was very quick to point out that it was the wrong call, that it was a bad call, and why it was a bad call.
So, okay, those are easy, right? Grab the shoulder pad, not the face mask. Grab the face mask, not the shoulder pad. That's holding. It's not holding. He hit his arm. The guy fell down in the snow. Now, I'll say this. I thought the Bills, that was not a pass interference on Tre'Davious White. That wasn't. Okay, if anything, I thought the Bills receiver was pushing the Ravens defensive back down to the ground. Okay, I would have been fine with a no call. I actually thought when they threw the flag, I'm like, wow, they're going to call offensive pass interference.
Yeah, they don't call that anymore.
No, God forbid they do, even though it's right there, right in front of you. So, I would appreciate if replay assist had called in and said, yeah, that's a no call. Pick it up. But think about how people are going to react. Oh, my goodness, and New York wants the Ravens to win, or they want the Ravens to be able to come back in this game. That's Big Brother.
The Bills, with their second half play calling, seem to want the Ravens to get back into the game.
Well, are you saying they were too conservative?
Yes. Still playing against Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
Now, I would have kicked the field goal like they did from the 2.5-yard line. That was the right, after they lost 1.5 yards on third down, that was the right play. Get up 8. Don't take a chance of losing the game.
Correct. Can't lose it in regulation this way. Right. Lamar had to go 80. By the way, this is what I feel very badly about because, the Ravens lost, so therefore Lamar sucks. He's a choker. He can't win the big game. And did Lamar make 2 mistakes in the first half? Yeah, he did. One was you just can't do. Got to take care of that ball. The interception, those happen. He threw 4 this year? 5? Okay. By the way, the Bills didn't get points on that drive. But the fumble, that led to a touchdown. And you got to take care of the football, man. But this is why I felt badly for Lamar, Mark. So they're down 8. They get a block in the back penalty on the kickoff return. So instead of starting with good field position near the 35, they're starting on the 12. They got 3.5 minutes, 1 timeout, in the snow and the wind, on the road, and they got to go 88 yards. And then the 2-point conversion. You know, every single thing Lamar can't do. Can't beat you throwing the ball. Can't lead you down the field in a 2-3 minute drill when you really need to score and get it done. Yeah. Did you see Lamar on that final drive?
That pass he threw across his body while rolling right and throwing it back left to pick up 25 yards or whatever they did on that play.
Right, which got him across midfield
Right.
at the 2-minute warning. Right.
What a throw.
And then on the 2-point conversion, could he have thrown a better pass? I mean, he took a little something off it and hit his best receiver in the belly button. I mean, that's what I feel. At that point, I wanted the sports gods to have Mark Andrews catch it. And if Josh Allen drove the Bills down and won it, fine. Lamar can just tip his hat and go, hey, man, they had the ball last. We kind of thought whoever had it last would win.
And David, as football fans, I felt when Andrews dropped that, we got cheated a little bit. Just as football fans. Because I'm with you. I wanted to see, with 133 left, what Josh Allen was going to do. But everybody that's saying that he would have forced overtime, I have no idea. That was an eternity with 2 timeouts.
Right. Yeah. And it's Josh Allen with 2 timeouts. Right. I mean, let's face it. Most of us, I think, would have put our money that Josh Allen's going to lead the Bills into field goal range. Well, that's probably what we would have bet. But kind of wanted to see it happen if you didn't have a dog in the fight. But Lamar had a terrible first half. Terrible. Not just the 2 turnovers. Lamar, it's 2nd and goal at the 2. Okay, they run it down to the 2. 1st and goal. They stuff Henry. Good job by them. Okay, 2nd and goal from the 2. Play action. A 2 tight end route. They cover both guys. Throw the ball away.
Can't take a sack there.
It'd be 3rd and goal at the 2. You can give it to Derrick Henry 2 times. Do you know what the Ravens were in the game? 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. Yeah, they converted every time but 1. And on the 1 3rd down, they came up inches short and they converted on 4th down. If it's 3rd and goal at the 2, where's your money going? Field goal for the Ravens or touchdown? So Lamar not only had the 2 turnovers, he took a 4-point sack. He was not good in the first half. He was terrific in the second half. I mean, think about it. The only time they didn't score in the second half, he hit Andrews over the middle of the field for a first down. And he fumbled. Every other time the Ravens had the ball, they scored. But he's a bum. Can't win the big one. And that's the problem when Josh Allen plays nearly perfectly. I thought Josh Allen was very Peyton Manning, only with an athletic body, if you know what I mean. Because Josh could run. When in doubt, 2nd and 2, 3rd and 2, Josh said, I'll take it from here. But I thought, Mark, that Josh managed that game from the neck up. I thought he was out there and he was a step ahead of the Ravens defensively. All those short passes, just matriculating the ball down the field, holding on to the ball, keeping it away from Lamar. I remember that 10-pass graphic they showed where he had completed 8 in a row and the longest reception was 9 yards. I mean, that's not easy to do. I thought Josh Allen, it was a master class from the neck up yesterday. And I'll give Romo credit for something early in the game, Mark. Romo said, I think the Bills can run the ball more effectively against the Ravens than most people. He said, what happens when you play the Ravens is you fall behind and you stop running. He said, I don't think the Bills will. And I think the Bills can effectively run on the Ravens. And they did.
About 130 yards. I mean, they didn't have much as far as offense goes. They were just efficient. They took care of getting some turnovers and scoring on one of them.
Well, I think they scored on two.
They scored on two. They did not score on the interception. They scored on the
fumble, the
fumble
two
by
fumbles,
Lamar,
and
then
the fumble
the
by
fumble by
Andrews.
Andrews. They had 10
Right.
points on the 3 turnovers.
But Chiefs and Bills. Hey, can we go back to the Lions-Commanders game?
Of course.
Hey, Ben Johnson, you're not auditioning for other jobs here. Why'd you get so damn cute? What are you doing throwing a reverse throwback pass? And you could argue, well, my starter's throwing 3 interceptions. Yeah, I get that. First off, any play that didn't involve Jahmyr Gibbs, I thought was a bad play at one point in that game.
David, Montgomery, it was great that he came back, and I'm sure it lent them some excitement, a little moral excitement before the game, but he wasn't doing anything. Every time Gibbs touched the ball, it looked like he could go to the house.
Yes. Yeah. Uh-huh. And listen, can you overcome 5 turnovers? No, you can't. You can't. Now, the last one, you were down 14. Okay. But I mean, the reverse wide receiver in a one person pattern. What the hell? This is not a regular season game in October, man. What the heck? We give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. We throw the ball to St. Brown. When in doubt, we look for the tight end. What are we doing? They're not stopping you. You're stopping you. Stay out of your own way, Ben Johnson.
And then they get it close, 4th and 2, 12 men on the field.
And I'm sorry, Dan Campbell, you got to burn a timeout there.
Yes.
Got to. It's not like the sidelines didn't know they had 12 men. Not like somebody upstairs isn't counting 12. Someone's not in your ear. There's no way you didn't know you had 12 men on the field. Hell, who was the analyst? Brady. Brady's yelling.
Brady said it for 12 seconds.
They got 12 men on the field.
They had 12 men on the field. Got to call a timeout. 12 men. Timeout. Over and over again. And they didn't call a timeout. Negligence.
So what, once again, Dan Campbell, some coaching decisions or non-decisions. Ben Johnson, his last game with the Lions probably got cute, man. Miller and Moulton. Terry Bowden in a little more than an hour. We'll eventually get around to the national championship game. Hey, it's college football's fault, not ours.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Okay, listen, ambient and Irish football, you guys are coming dangerously close to being ignored, at least by me. The only thing that Bo Nix has in common with Jaden Daniels is that he too is a rookie quarterback. Stop it. Seriously, stop it. Just because he wears your favorite team's uniform does not mean he's as good. Stop it. Bo Nix had a really good season. Bo Nix looks like a good young quarterback. Bo Nix might become a very good quarterback. The other guy's a star. Period. And you know it.
And by the way, who are all the weapons that Daniels has around him?
Here's Terry McLaurin.
Right. And
Okay. Now, by the way, Zach Ertz was almost out of the league. Okay. Zach Ertz was released by 2 teams. Okay. He's made Zach Ertz. Okay. He made Zach Ertz a solid player again. Stop it. Seriously, stop it. You're embarrassing yourselves. You really are. It's tough to take anything you guys say seriously. You're so fucking biased.
Whoa.
Sorry. Enough already. Come on now. You know a star when you see one. In all sports, you do. Just because he doesn't wear your uniform doesn't make your guy as good. That's absurd. But listen, I was wrong about Bo Nix. He's already better than I thought he was going to be.
Yep.
But come on now. Stop it. If you two could both stop talking about the Broncos for 2 months, that would be phenomenal. It really would. God, enough. You had a terrific season. You're back in the playoffs. You're back relevant. You're going to have salary cap room. You got a good young quarterback. Enjoy it. A little bit. A little bit. I'm happy for him, though. He deserves it. I'm glad he didn't play in purgatory the rest of his career behind a bad line. It's why I thought the GM needed to be replaced, not the coach. By the way, Daniel Jones sitting in Saquon Barkley's box watching the game in Philadelphia. Yeah, but Phil, it might be a flight going to Denver. It's a great question, Empire. He botched 2 out of 3 drafts.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I am surprised. And usually you and I think me more than you most times, but you and I are leading the Monday morning quarterbacking charge of what the heck the coach go for 2 for? And I was torn late third quarter, down 2, when the Ravens scored to cut it to 21-19, and they went for 2. Because you know my hard and true rule, Mark. You don't go for 2 until the fourth quarter.
Yes, I'm not a fan of chasing points. I never have been.
Minute 27 to go in the third.
Yep.
And so you're not going to get the ball back to the fourth quarter. And with the way the game is going, you're averaging about 2 possessions a quarter.
But in the second half, your defense has done a much better job of getting you the ball back.
Yep.
If you were laying out the possessions that way by the entirety of the game, David, you're right. But if you weigh out the possessions in the third quarter, it was not that way. They were able to get Buffalo off of the field in the third quarter, David.
Twice. They got to stop, drove down, kicked a field goal, got to stop, drove down, scored a touchdown. And it's why, Mark, I don't know what the text line's saying at 21,000. But the Twitch chat room is all on the, I can't believe he went for 2. Down 2 with a minute 27 to go in the third quarter. Bringing up the point, if he had gone for 1, he would have just needed an extra point at the end to tie it, not another 2-point conversion, which Andrews dropped. It's funny, of all the coaching decisions that I second-guessed over the weekend, and D'Amico Ryan sending an indoor dome kicker out for a 55-yard field goal late first half when the Chiefs really haven't moved the ball, and he's got less than a 50-50 chance of making that 55-yard field goal. You're about to give Mahomes the ball nearly at midfield. Punt the ball, get into the damn locker room. No, he went for it. Misses the kick badly. Chiefs complete 1 pass. They're in business. I mean, listen, did I think that the Texans got zebraed, Mark? Yeah, I did. But D'Amico Ryan sending out the field goal unit? What are you, out of your mind?
I'm with you. I just felt that Ryan's least thought he needed points whenever he could get them because they were so hard to come by for Houston, and they were going to be throughout that game. But you can't flip the game in that instance. And that's what you're doing by giving them the ball where you gave them the ball. So
I thought it was another example of, what's wrong with a punt. Yeah, you're down 3. Okay, you're down 3. It's late first half, you're down 3. They're not doing anything offensively. What are you doing? Punt the ball out of bounds at the 10. They're not doing anything offensively. I didn't understand it. But there are a lot of folks second-guessing Harbaugh for going for 2. Down 2, late third quarter.
Was one of the first texts I read when I got up this morning of the litany of text. Boy, I tell you, I will say when fans don't like to lose, they're all over the other team. I mean, the expletive tirade about Dan Quinn that I'm reading this morning, like, what did Dan Quinn do? Oh, you're a Lions fan. I got you.
Right.
I got you. You need someone to yell at right now, and you don't want to yell at your own guys.
That's all right. There's a comment from a Lions fan in the Twitch chat room. I'm tired of Dan Campbell's tears at the presser. Oh, so now you have a problem with Dan Campbell. I'm sorry, 27 wins the last 2 years, 2 playoff wins, 3 home playoff games. What's the Dan Campbell problem again? Come on now. It hurts. It sucks.
Jaden Daniels versus the Lions. 22 of 31. He threw 9 incompletions. 0 interceptions. 0 fumbles. Didn't take a sack the entire game. 350 yards of total offense. Unbelievable game.
Now, if the Lions were healthy, yeah, they win. Hell, if the Lions don't turn it over 5 times, they win.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think they do. A lot of those turnovers took points off the board. Okay, I think they do, but you're right, maybe. I mean, because Washington, not that they took their foot off the gas late, but, they didn't press. It wasn't down as hard. They were killing time a little bit at the end. But, man, that's why we play these games. These games always went according to Hoyle. Why would we watch? It's like Ohio State, Notre Dame tonight. Think about it. Notre Dame's the same underdog as the Commanders.
They don't have a Jaden Daniels, though.
Do they need one? That's not their style of football. Mark, they've watched the Michigan tape over and over and over again, and they think they can do the same thing. And they've got a running quarterback. They think that defensively they can play Ohio State. To me, this is the game. Notre Dame's going to come out and play Ohio State's receivers man for man. Well, either this is going to be a legendary defensive performance or they're going to get lit. And my concern is that I've seen both from Notre Dame. I mean, I saw USC light Notre Dame secondary up. Now, Notre Dame secondary late in the game also had 2 pick sixes. But until then, they gave up like 400 yards and 30-something points.
Obviously, it's not the same because neither team has a quarterback, but it's a little bit of Baltimore and Buffalo to me. In that Notre Dame all year has been terrific. Not good, not above average, terrific at turning the ball over.
Yep.
There's no way, to me, that they have a shot at winning this game unless they're +2 in the turnover category. They have to be. But like the Bills, they find ways to get turnovers. And the Bills, who were largely outplayed for big chunks of that game, kept getting what? Turnovers.
But Notre Dame is the same underdog tonight as the Commanders were. Does that worry an Ohio State fan at all? I flew in and through Atlanta yesterday, returning home from Kansas City, and it was interesting. I had about an hour and a half in between flights. And Mark, I was people watching. I was sitting in a chair and just watching the people go by on the concourse. And I was taking count of, are they Notre Dame or are they Ohio State? Because
this is where I hate to say it, you need to be on Southwest so you can get a varsity dog. But neither here nor there. You're in the Delta terminal.
Yep, I know. You're right. You're right. The one terminal, though, has got a little Chinese place that I like. But I would say it was about 55-45 Notre Dame. But, man, they were coming in like droves. Everybody was so happy. All right. Didn't matter that it was cold. Didn't matter what was going on in their life. Everybody getting off the plane, wearing their stuff, feeling good. It's awesome to run into sports fans about 24, 36 hours before the big game. Now it's 12 hours before the game. How you feeling?
Oh, I think Notre Dame's playing with house money. I know they want to win, but they're not expected to. They're still in that great mood. They're not nervous. The Buckeye fans nervous, David.
to go on this terrific run and come up short. Now they're in the position that the 0-2 Canes were in playing the Buckeyes. How do they handle it? Terry Bowden in an hour to talk about the Natty. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, if it's happened before, it hasn't been since the 30s. Because Notre Dame's beat Ohio State twice, both of them before World War II.
Yeah, Feeney, at this point, are they running the show? Are they running our commercials? If they're running stuff for them during their time.
Is it on the app, Feeney? Is it on the iHeart app? Or is it on the station?
On the radio and the app. Question. Is it running when our commercials are supposed to be running? And our commercials are the first 2 minutes. Well, do you have serious Irish football? Because that would be the College Channel 84. Also, what, you want Notre Dame coverage, so I'd probably WNDSU or DSU, but wait. Let me give me a second. There's a local morning show on The Fan in Indy right now until 10, but then they run Greeny's show. Then they go local noon to 6. I would listen to Indianapolis.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Terry Bowden, 1 hour from now, to talk about Ohio State and Notre Dame for the national championship. Will be interesting to see what the football ratings were this weekend and what the game will do tonight. Will the entire country be interested in this? Or will the South and the West go, nah, we're good. Doesn't interest us much.
And will they start being reminded of the game? We've talked, we had divisional weekend. We had a great Bills-Ravens game. We had some controversy, if you will, in the Chiefs win with the penalties. The number 1 seed Lions get taken out. Saquon Barkley has an unbelievable game for the Eagles. There are a lot of storylines with the 4 games that were played over the weekend. And even in the broadcast outside of your ESPN broadcast, where at halftime, because they're covering the national championship game, they gave a little natty preview. That was the first of 4 games. That was the only time you heard about the national championship throughout any of the broadcasts.
And that will be the lowest rated game of the 4 for various reasons. Got to do a sidebar here, though. Got to give it up for the Chiefs. For as much as some of us think they're getting some calls that other teams aren't getting, okay, and some of us are getting a little tired. Come on, admit it. You are. You're getting a little tired of them. All right. Mahomes is in every third commercial. Okay. You might be tired of Kelsey and his girlfriend. And come on, you're tired. Andy, it was cute when he hadn't won one before. Now he's won 3. Now even he's doing commercials. Okay. So some of you are tired. You are a little jealous, a little tired. 7 straight AFC championship games. 7 straight AFC championship games. Now, the Patriots did 8. 2011 through 2018. Boom. They did 8 in a row. 7 straight AFC championship games.
And like the Patriots, throughout this time, they've had to, I don't want to say change their identity, but change the way they win.
Totally. Which I think, by the way, the Patriots did too. The Patriots dynasty started.
That's why I said like the Patriots.
Yeah, the Patriots dynasty started on defense.
Right.
And then Brady and company said, we'll take it from here. The Chiefs have done it exactly opposite. It started with the high-flying, Tyreek and throwing it downfield and big plays, and nobody could stop this offense. And now, hell, they barely score 20. And they go out there and grind you. Just grind you.
And they don't make mistakes.
Nope.
Defensively, they don't make mistakes.
Nope.
They make you drive 80 yards to score points. They don't give up turnovers on the other side to give you short fields. They're not blowing coverages to leave guys wide open. They seem defensively to be incredibly sound. And when need be, they can get after the quarterback a little bit.
That's why it's interesting to me. The Bills don't make mistakes, but defensively they live off the turnover. Can they get any against Kansas City? Mahomes has gone like 250 plus passes without an interception.
That seems pretty good to me, David.
Yeah, works for me. Yeah. I mean, what are we talking?
Still in 25 a game tops.
So, man, that's late October, early November.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But 7 straight AFC championship games. For an organization, by the way, that could not get to the big game. For an organization that had one massive playoff disappointment after another. At least twice in the 90s, they were the 1 seed in the AFC and couldn't get by the divisional round. I mean, before Mahomes, they went from Len Dawson to Patrick Mahomes. Over 45 years. Do you know how many times they went to the AFC Championship game? Once. You know who took them there? Joe Montana. This was the organization that could not get over the hump. Now
you brought it up. They never had a quarterback. Len Dawson to Patrick Mahomes with this sprinkle of an older Montana in there that got him to an AFC Championship game.
And they went 35 years without drafting a quarterback in the first round. That's how bad the Todd Blackledge selection was. Hello. How about that for snark? And he's a good guy, too. He's a good guy. I'm sorry, but, 6th, 7th overall in that draft. That's unbelievable. What a bad choice that was.
We'll set an organization back a couple of years, David.
Yeah, just a few. We're still looking for a quarterback. Oh, you had your choice of 2 Hall of Famers. But 7 in a row. I mean, this will be the 6th one at Arrowhead, by the way. Last year, they decided to do something different. They went and won in Baltimore. I mean, you got to give it up for them. This is Patriots-esque here. 2 wins away from a 3-peat, Mark. We ain't never had one of those.
No, we have not. Even the Patriots couldn't pull that off with all their greatness. And we are witnessing greatness. And you and I love to see it. That's why you and I probably have a little bit more of a soft spot for the Chiefs than some others do. Because of what you just said. 7 in a row in the AFC Championship game. Doing it different ways.
Yep.
Changing the team's complexion over the course of those 7 AFC Championship games. But with one staple. Patrick Mahomes.
And Travis Kelce going, the regular season, I know it's important to you guys or what have you. Yeah, let me know when it's January. Because I'm going to get open in January. I'm going to make big plays downfield. That whole 6.8 yards a catch in the regular season, listen, Mahomes needs somebody to move the chains occasionally. Our tackles can't block for, I was just helping him out. But in the postseason, just let me know when it's the postseason. I can make plays.
To the tune of 7 for 117 and a touchdown.
Right. He had not one but two longest catches of the year in that game.
Right.
Yeah. Do they get some calls? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Yes, I definitely believe they get calls. I do. Listen, in the NBA, when so-and-so reaches the top, did you not think that Steph and the Warriors got calls? Did you not think Jordan and the Bulls got calls?
Kobe and the Lakers.
I mean, part of it's jealousy. Part of it is human nature. The officials know that these guys are great, so they give them the benefit of the doubt. But
by the way, this just in, CJ Stroud was just sacked again.
Boy, was he ever. Was he ever. I did feel badly for him and them. I mean, down to basically one wide receiver. And it's not like the Chiefs didn't know it either. I mean, they were going to need 2 turnovers to win that game, even though they outgained them and they did all they could, Mark. But that was
I said all last week, David. I didn't know how Houston got to 20.
Right.
With what they had, with Mixon and Collins, and that was it.
Yeah. They brought a knife to a gunfight. And at times, they carved the Chiefs up a little bit. But, it was a gunfight. They didn't have one. Now, they get healthy. They have an interesting decision to make on Diggs, who's a free agent. I mean, fortify that offensive line a little bit. Mm-hmm.
That offensive line that was really good last year did not perform the same way this year.
So
even with Laramie Tunsil.
By the way, how's that Tunsil trade worked out for both teams? How many playoff wins do the Dolphins have since the Tunsil trade? They got all those draft picks.
David, that would be 0.
Right. And I know on paper, man, it looked great. It looked great. In reality, Texans have like 4 playoff wins since that trade. Dolphins.
And most of you will be picking the Texans to win that division again next year.
Right. But 3 home teams winning. Let's see, 2 underdogs technically winning, right? With the Bills over the Ravens?
Yes.
Underdog covered in the Chiefs-Texans thanks to the late safety. Underdog won straight up in Commanders-Lions. Underdog either pushed or covered in the Eagles-Rams game. I know in some places it was 7.5 at kickoff, but all week the line was 6.5. And then obviously the Bills with the win covered, getting a point. So if you took the points this week, Mark, I think the worst you did was 3-0-1.
Exactly right. Now, I thought the Chiefs-Texans came down to 8 by kick. It opened at 9.5, and I thought it came down to 8.
Oh,
but
okay.
Neither here nor there. Your point is still well taken either way.
Then maybe it's possible you could take the points and go 2-1-1 this week. I feel badly for Lions fan. I do. Best team of your lifetime. Got hurt and yet still posted the best record of your lifetime. And you're like, come on, we're going to host the NFC Championship game. We've never done that before. That's the next step. Being the 1 seed. Got to come through us to go to the Super Bowl.
Lions, Vikings, and Packers in that great division.
Right. What's the NFC Championship game, Mark?
Washington and Philadelphia.
Right. The NFC East. Do you know by Washington making the NFC Championship game I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe now, Mark, the NFC team with the longest drought of going to the NFC Championship game is the Dallas Cowboys.
Ouch.
Because Washington hadn't gone since the 91 season, and Dallas hasn't gone since the 95 season. But think about it, obviously. You know, the Giants are obvious. I mean, they've won 4 Super Bowls, 2 of them after the Cowboys last went to the NFC title game. Washington, Philadelphia. You go through the division. Detroit went to it last year. Green Bay, Minnesota's played in 3 or 4 of them. The Bears even. Hell, they went to the 06 Super Bowl. They lost the 2010 NFC Championship game. Saints have gone to and won a Super Bowl. Atlanta's gone to a Super Bowl. Carolina's gone to a Super Bowl. They've gone to a couple, actually. Do you know the Panthers have been to 4 NFC Championship games since the Cowboys have last gone? 4. And obviously Tampa. And then you go
Niners, Rams, Seattle, and even Arizona.
Yeah. They went to the Super Bowl in the 2008 season. Right. Mm-hmm.
And Washington's just going to keep getting better, Dallas. You already had the Eagles to deal with, who is an incredibly well-run franchise and seems to be able to retool on a yearly basis as players get older. But now you got to deal with the Commanders.
And when next season starts, if you had to pick one quarterback in the NFC to be the quarterback of your team, who would you choose?
It's not even a question. It's Jaden Daniels.
There's never been a quarterback have this good a rookie year. Never. Even Marino's rookie year when he took over for Woodley. Not this good. Montana didn't play his rookie year. Brady didn't play his rookie year. Peyton led the league in interceptions his rookie year. Mahomes played 1 game his rookie year. I mean, this is amazing.
Unprecedented. And to think he's going to get better.
We hope. Hope he stays healthy. Miller and Moulton. Terry Bowden in 45 minutes to talk Ohio State and Notre Dame for the Natty.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' All-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at
The
AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you text Terry?
I will do that right now. Bum, 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 bum.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
On this Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, on this inauguration day, on an overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We've got a national championship game tonight. Terry Bowden in 35 minutes to break down Ohio State and Notre Dame. Ohio State, an 8.5-point favorite. You know what the Lions were against the Commanders. I'm sorry that I've said that a couple times. It makes it sound as if I'm rubbing salt in what is a very open wound. Mark, you and I, you more than me, know a lot of Lions fans. I mean, most of everyone you grew up with is a Lions fan.
Yeah, pretty much.
And having moved to Southwest Florida, where I-75 goes from Michigan right to your backyard, there's an awful lot of people that, well, have relocated to the 239 who are Lions fans.
David, I saw it on Saturday. The daughter had her softball meet the coach thing, and I'm walking to the ballpark, and I see all these Lion shirts. All these Michigan people are wearing their Lion stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
They're going to win. They're going to win.
Went to church Saturday afternoon, guy in a Lion shirt. I've never seen a guy with a Lion shirt on at church before since I've been down here. They started breaking out. They were feeling it.
Yeah, they were. They were at least going to win Saturday night.
Yes.
Come on. They were winning that game. You know, Philadelphia in the NFC title game, that's a different animal, but come on. They were going to beat the Commanders. They just beat the Vikings, for goodness sake. Defense held them to 9 points. I mean, come on. They'll keep Jaden Daniels and company in check. I mean, they only got one wide receiver. The Vikings had two. Maybe not. I waited because our former producer, Trent, was at the game.
He's a Lions season ticket holder.
With his father and his two brothers. The four of them took in the game. The one brother flew in from Nashville and had already made the determination that if they win, he was staying the week. He was going to soak it all in. First ever Lions hosting of the NFC Championship game. So I didn't text Saturday night. I waited till I got home, Mark. I didn't get home till early in the afternoon from Kansas City yesterday. And I just texted him, how you doing? Now, Trent's a young lad. What's he, around 23, 24?
25, I believe.
Oh, wow. It's older than I thought. Trent, you know, he comes across as happy, joy. Trent's battled lymphoma. I mean, Trent's got a toughness to him. Trent's already been through a lot in his life.
But he is, like our Bucks guest, Roy Cummings, Trent is a glass half full guy.
Yep.
All the time.
All the time. Yep. Just another obstacle on this journey called life. And thankfully, he's beaten it. And he's healthy. And he's living his life. Working in sports media. And home with his family, whom he loves dearly. And I just texted him and I said, how you doing? And he texts back, not well. Have you ever gotten a negative response from Trent before?
No.
Even when they lost the NFC title game to the Niners last year, he was still with us. He was disappointed. We couldn't get the smile off his face, though. He's like, I'm proud of my team. You know, they left it all out there. Yeah, it was there for the taking, but man, so great to be in this arena. We're going to compete for this sucker again. This is awesome. Wow, so this is how other sports fans feel? Damn. Uh-huh. I can't read you the rest of the text, but he's really not doing well. I thought of Detroit Paula in our Twitch chat room, who also is glass half full. Life is just grand. Me and my grandkids, my family, life is wonderful. And Michigan's winning natties, and the Lions are the best team in the NFC. I'm glad I've lived long enough for all of this to happen. She took to social media yesterday with a cry for help. Please, somebody, all you positive thinkers out there, help. She reached out to Trent. Trent, I need some of your positive Kool-Aid. What do you have for me? Nothing. Silence.
He had nothing.
Crickets.
Yeah, I noticed on social media there was the occasional post of, I'm still with my team. But for the most part, the people who regularly post things that are friends of mine in my life were radio silent. They are not taking this well.
No, this one hurt. This one hurt. Losing to the Eagles would have been tough, but, they thought the Eagles were at least their equal. And if they go out that day and beat them, well, hats off to them. This is a toughie. The 1 seed, losing at home.
Goff choked. I don't know what to tell you.
He was not good.
He choked. Mark Andrews choked. That's what I wanted the poll question to be. Who let their team down more? Jared Goff or Mark Andrews?
I would say Jared Goff, but listen.
But it's close because if Goff doesn't make all those turnovers, I'm not sure the Lions win. They couldn't stop Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but it seemed like they were going to score every single time he turned the ball over. I mean, they were down 3 to 10 points most of the game, and it's like, well, they're right there. They're going to score points. No, turnover. Oh, here they are. They're going to score points. Turnover.
And I did see a comment in the Twitch chat room. I did see a few people on social media. See, when you let the coordinators do all these interviews, they're distracted and they're not thinking about the game.
No. The offense coordinator of the Bills had like 3 job interviews last week. Steve Spagnuolo had 2. The Chiefs defensive coordinator. So, now, there's no doubt, as pointed out in our Twitch chat room, Mark, this is like, to me, it was a little bit of the Ohio State-Michigan game. Remember when Michigan rocked Will Howard?
Yes.
Early second quarter, and he was not good the rest of the game. Well, when Goff threw that pick 6, and then he's coming over to make the tackle, he gets hit right in the mouth. Should have been a penalty, we all know. Should have been 1st and 10 from the 20 for the Commanders and not 7 points. By the way, do you think the Lions are stopping them 1st and 10 for the 20? Did you watch the game? Probably not. But Goff, it just, oh boy. Of course, that was turnover number 2 for him at that point in time. He still had 2 more to go, but. And that call was one of the many calls missed this weekend, and it's part of our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Swamp Buggy Races parade Sunday in Naples, parade Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. in Naples, races Sunday, gates open at 10:30, races begin at noon. Go to swampbuggy.com.
In the NFL, do you want replay assist to be able to change any call? That's our question. And right now, the overwhelming majority of you want the eye in the sky to be there for every play. Almost 85% of you saying that you want replay assist to be there for every play.
Now, remember, your team is going to have a really big play, and then replay assist is going to take it away. because they're going to deem something went wrong on that play. And you're going to argue the fix is in. The league doesn't want us to win. Just realize, if you want everything on the table, what that means.
And we are okay with it. Miller
Yes.
and Moulton are all for it. Because at the end of the day, what do we want? We want the right call to be made.
And that's why, see, I don't know if you take it to the next step, if you could draw a line. You know, like right now, replay assist, you can't look at roughing the passer. You know, you can't review, was that holding or not? The awful holding call in the Bills-Ravens game. Come on, he didn't hold him. It was awful. You know, he grabbed the shoulder pad and threw him down. They called it a face mask. And how many times this year have we seen them grab the face mask and not call it? Thinking that somehow he grabbed the shoulder pad.
Pass interference call may have been reversed. What the problem with the eye in the sky is to me, David, and I said it earlier, is what happens when they don't change it. When it's obvious to all of us and they, for whatever reason, don't change it. Because we see it happen all the time.
I'll give you an example. Russell York is now ABC's ref in the booth. Before that, it was John Perry. John Perry left to go work for the Bills. He recommended Russell. And when doing so, he said, there's nobody better at replay than Russell. There just isn't. And Russell is very strong in his opinions. The roughing the passer on Mahomes, okay, Russell York said there was contact made face mask to face mask. He goes, you can't overturn that. He goes, even if it's incidental, even if you don't think he was leading with the head, even if the first contact was to the shoulder, he said, we can't overturn that if there is any contact made to the head. And he was just telling you as a rules guy. Now, he hated the second one when Mahomes slid late and the 15-yard penalty. He thought they got that wrong. But like Aikman was calling for, come on, Russ, they can't call that. And Russ said, yeah, actually, they can. So just remember, we're still going to differ with these guys if they've got all that power.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' all-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Man, is that swamp buggy spot loud.
That is loud. Yeah, DC. Yeah, they were. 1 point game going to the fourth when they missed the extra point and the Rams had a chance to win the game. Yeah. Ambient, we're on good terms. You guys just need to just come on, ratchet it back. That's all. It's suffocating. I mean, I don't like members of my own family the way you guys love everybody who wears your team uniforms. And that's all.
Got to tell you, Kentucky's fun to watch. I don't know how far they go in the tournament. They could be a Sweet 16 team. I don't think much more than that because they don't really like to play defense.
Right.
But, man, are they an entertaining watch.
They are.
I've watched them play Florida now, and I've watched them play Alabama, and that's just fun.
And both times their opponent scored over 100. It's been a terrific college basketball season, and I know most of you aren't paying any attention to it at all.
I don't know what the final of that SF. How about that score I gave you, SMU in Miami?
I know. They won by like 50-something, I thought.
Oh, my goodness.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Terry Bowden in a little more than 15 minutes time to talk about the Natty. It's tonight. Ohio State, Notre Dame, Buckeyes an 8.5-point favorite. I don't know, man. Michigan winning the Natty last year, either Ohio State or Notre Dame winning it this year. Is this like the North fighting back? All right. Is that what this is? You know, I mean, those in the South are always, always big to talk about the rise of the South and, fighting again. Is this the North?
No, it's very different, David, than what the South does because they chant SEC.
Right.
Michigan's buying billboards that say, what the hell is it? Someone sent me a copy of it over the weekend.
Go Irish.
No. 1,878 days since Ohio State has beaten Michigan. They don't care. I don't know who the hell the Wolverines rooting for tonight. I'm guessing it's Notre Dame, but this is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, this is tough. There's no doubt if you're a Michigander. But 7:30 tonight. Feel it's important to point that out. 7:30. And last year they started at like 7:35. All right. You tuned in at 8 o'clock and it was mid first quarter. It was like, son of a gun. So, and ESPN also. I don't believe it is on ABC tonight. I believe it is just the 4-letter network.
Just double checking because they're doing the whole game cast. So it's going to be on every ESPN station. But you are right. It is an ESPN only broadcast for the main call.
Right. Fowler and Herbstreit obviously doing the call. So what's it? The last 5 national championship games, 48 hours before kickoff, what the average price was to be able to get in the building. So Saturday midday, if you had gone back to the last 5 games, it would have cost you like $2,500 total to get in the stadium. So basically $500 a game on average. It's more money to get into Notre Dame, Ohio State than it is to get in all 5 previous title games combined. I believe they call that a hot ticket.
That is a hot ticket, David. I am seeing right now the cheapest ticket. End zone, upper deck is going to cost you $1,740.
It was like $24.81 on Saturday.
What's great is, and there are a million different ticket services out there. I've had StubHub on my phone forever, so that's what I'm using. You can use whatever you want, but I love it. Is that one? It says cheapest. 2, underneath $1,740 per ticket, it says amazing.
You feel like you're being sold a car here, aren't you? And for just $1,740, we can get you row 38 in the middle, surrounded by people you don't know. Nope. So, Ohio State, Notre Dame tonight. Terry Bowden in a little more than 10 minutes to talk about that. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. The Swamp Buggy Races are this Sunday. The parade is Saturday. Go to swampbuggy.com for tickets and more. Okay. You guys are unhappy with the blown calls, with the missed calls. You want them fixed. Well, there's only one way to do that. It's New York stepping in and making all the fixing.
Charlie sent me a post on X, and he says they'd have to find a way to have it streamlined and be able to execute it quickly. Can't have every play stop the game so some dude in New York, can look at it.
Well, and there was an example of that. I believe it was on the first Roughing the Passer against Mahomes, the best replay that ABC ESPN had was the fourth one they showed. And by then, the Chiefs were lining up to snap the ball. But we're asking, do you want Big Brother to be able to step in about anything they want? Anything.
We are. For the record, Miller and Moulton want to get the call right. We've always been that way.
And we know Big Brother's going to intervene and overstep their bounds when they do so a few times. And a few of them are going to be very controversial. Big games, a lot on the line, key moments. Well, it's what we asked for. But see, we're chaos guys, Mark, because we knew 2+ years ago when college sports was going to go down the road that it was going down. We had been calling for it, and we said it's going to be 5 years of anarchy. But we're on board for it. We think it needs to happen before they finally figure it out. And we're what, 2.5 years in anarchy? Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it's unseemly. We don't like it. There's a lot with the transfer portal that is upsetting. Players leaving to go every year to a new school. It would be nice if they could sign a 4-year contract. It would be nice if they could sign a contract.
What, Wisconsin is suing a kid and the University of Miami because this kid got up and left. And he transferred immediately. And he enrolled at the University of Miami. What's interesting is the NCAA said, yeah, you can't stop a kid from transferring. Kid wants to transfer, he could transfer. So I'm curious where Wisconsin feels that, what it is they're standing their ground on, so to speak.
Well, it's impermissible contact is what they're trying to get. Is there such a thing anymore, David?
Wait. I mean, Quinn Ewers is playing for Texas in the national playoffs. People are reporting on the offers that he's getting from other schools to play for them next year.
What's interesting here, David, glad you brought that up, but let me just read you the quote by Wisconsin. Under the terms of the agreement between Xavier and Wisconsin Athletics, it remains in effect and enforceable. Badger student athletes who have signed these agreements expect Wisconsin Athletics to honor the terms. Wisconsin Athletic relies on student athletes representations in signing these agreements that they will do the same. Sounds like they have a contract, David. I mean, that's what they're saying.
It really does. Huh. Which is okay, because I believe the kid in question, through his attorney, has said, yeah, if Wisconsin wants to go down that road, we'll show they haven't lived up to the terms of their deal.
I don't see how a school's going to win any of these.
Love to know a lawsuit in the last 2, 3, 5, 10, 12, 20 years. I mean, I think the last time that somebody lost going against the NCAA and the NFL was Maurice Clarett. I think for 15 years now, the athlete's been doing nothing but winning.
Which makes you wonder when someone's going to try to take the NFL on with their age restriction. With everything that's going on.
Miller and Moulton. All right, enough off the field. Make sure you vote in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Do you want replay assist or Big Brother in New York or the NFL to be able to step in and make any damn call they want at any time? But we're going to talk to Natty with Terry Bowden next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It was funny. Someone was beating on the door last segment outside. I won't open it, but
Huh. I was going to say, there is no one else in the building but you.
I don't think so. I haven't had the door open today.
Wow. How's it feel?
Weird.
So no Gina down the hall?
No being with
Wow.
3 people, no Gina. They got the day off.
I understand. It's 33 in Jacksonville, and with the wind chill, it feels like 22.
Wow.
Yeah. High today of 47. We'll reach 51 tomorrow, and then the highs Wednesday and Thursday are also in the 40s.
I will say it doesn't even get to 60 here today. I mean, I know that's a big difference, but it's chilly here too. All right, let's call Terry.
Wow, Wancho. Wow. Usually, if you work the division round, you don't get assigned the conference championship, but I'll ask and get back to you.
No answer.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour. Thanks for being with us. It's an Overreaction Monday, obviously, with the 4 NFL playoff games that went on. Hoping to catch up with Terry Bowden to preview the Natty. Ohio State, Notre Dame tonight, 7:30 on ESPN. Mark, I don't know if I'm talking myself into this or not, but the more it goes on, the more I'm thinking Notre Dame has a chance. And I don't believe that that's fandom getting in the way. When I was younger, I'm an Irish Catholic. That was the team I was told, this is who we root for. Oh, okay. But I'm curious up front. Can Notre Dame win up front? They think they can. I don't think they can win the game unless they win up front.
I agree with that.
But they think that they're going to combine what Texas did and what Michigan did. And that defensively, they're going to match up, play man. They're going to take their wide receivers out of it, put the game in Will Howard's hands, and then they are going to run the ball and power run the ball.
Here's the thing with that philosophy. Riley Leonard's going to have the game of his life running the ball, David, because we've talked about what Notre Dame is most likely to do with Ohio State, and that's play man and try to win up front. We don't know if they can do that with those receivers. That's a big test for Notre Dame's defense. But the other side of it is that to me, Notre Dame doesn't have any difficulty. I'm sorry, Ohio State, that is, has no difficulty in manning up the receivers and doing the same thing because Notre Dame's receivers can't get separation to me.
Correct. So I think we'd all agree that Ohio State has multiple ways to win this game and Notre Dame has fewer options. I don't think there's a middle ground here. To me, if Ohio State begins to pull away, they really pull away. But if Notre Dame can exert their will, keep it close. And as the second half goes on, they start winning up front and running the ball, kind of the way Michigan did against Ohio State. Oh, boy. So we'll see. Tonight, 7:30, the four-letter network, Ohio State and Notre Dame for the national championship. And Terry Bowden is kind enough to join us right now, the longtime college football coach and broadcaster who you can see on the Sports Grid Network and Amazon Prime these days. Coach, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. Good morning. How are you?
It's cold up here in Monroe, Louisiana, 22 degrees. My daughter lives in Tampa, and she said it's cold down there too.
It is. We're getting one of those cold snaps. We don't like it. It's, I like to say it's no more flip-flops. It's socks and shoes weather this time of year, Terry. But
no, you don't live down there to have cold winters, that's for sure.
No doubt. All right, when you look at this game tonight, what's the method? What's the idea? Notre Dame's a significant underdog. How do they overcome it? How does Notre Dame win this football game?
Well, I mean, there's two things that everybody says to win a game against somebody that's got more talent. You win the turnover battle and the explosive play battle. In other words, 50-yard catch, turnover. So you've got to win those two. Those two usually lead to points that don't take a lot of time, and the better team. If you have a one-on-one explosive play by the receiver, it's not 11 people better than 11 people. So turnovers, those are just given. Now Notre Dame's got it. They're underdogs, and I will say the money's going back the other way. So I think people felt 9.5, 10 was too much, and so that's the only thing that makes. I mean, you got to bet on Ohio State. Their talent's too good. They played too well. Injuries have hit Notre Dame. I mean, everything that Notre Dame injuries. I think they've got 5 starters out. And they don't have the talent but Notre Dame has something, because if you're a Notre Dame fan, you're probably going to want to bet on them so bad. You want to pull for them. They have chemistry. They have a very, very good, close team. Their coach has got a enthusiasm, or I don't know if it's naivete because he's young, but they play better than they are. And I believe, and I'll be honest with you, their quarterback, Riley Lincoln, he finds a way to win. I don't know what kind of NFL quarterback, but if you need a 3.5 yards, he'll get 3 yards, 3/4. If he knows he needs to scramble, he's faster than people think. So they have a very unique team, and that they have chemistry, and they have a special something about them. So I don't think you can go against Ohio State, but you got to, if you're Notre Dame, you've got to win the turnover explosive play battle, and your quarterbacks got to make key plays in key situations. And now they have the top 2 defenses in the country. The most important stat in football, along with turnovers and is scoring defense. And you've got Ohio State number 1 and Notre Dame number 2. And Notre Dame is number 1 in pass defense. So you're talking about a team that don't give up points. And if they can do that and stay close, then the turnovers come into play. So I've kind of been thinking about all those things, but you still have to say the still question is the line so much that you can go Notre Dame.
Terry Bowden, Sports Grid Network, Amazon, kind enough to join us and talk the national championship. Riley Leonard, it's his last game. He's got no more eligibility left. Terry, would you run him like 25 times tonight?
Well, I think you don't go into a game saying how many times. The defense so many times, if they sit and don't rush hard and sit in the lanes, then you got to sit back and throw. But I think he's got to be a part. He's a very good quarterback. It's I call it look, run. There's look for a guy that can't run at all. That's look at receiver number 1, 2, and 3. There's look, run, and then there's look, run. Look at one guy, then run if you can pick up yardage, because you're always reducing the chains, reducing the distance. So that wouldn't be, if half of those are scrambles, and I say scrambles, are quick runs off a pass play, it gets them first downs and keeps them in the game. So I think the greatest thing is he knows when to run. If the magic number is 15, if it's 18, if it's whatever it is, that's where he's going to beat you. Being accurate on the short throws, knowing how to scramble and reduce the distance. So when you get to third down or even second, you've got reduced yardage. And so that's the key to him. And if you watch him the last few games, he knows exactly how much yardage he's got to get. He knows what he's got to get done and what each play requires. And so some quarterbacks are just off the seat of their pants. They just play football. And Will Howard's really good, and he's bigger and stronger and faster. But I think Riley Leonard has something special, and it's part of what makes that team special. They don't knock you off your feet with their pure talent compared to Ohio State, but their ability to play as well as they can has been something that's been their key.
Terry, we've talked about what Michigan and Texas did to Ohio State to slow them down.
Right.
Notre Dame thinks they have the defense that they can man up on the outside with those great receivers
Right.
and get at Will Howard. What method do you take to try to get at the Ohio State quarterback? Because if you move him off his spot, he's not been as good, Terry.
Right. No, you got to pressure it. And Notre Dame has good pass rush. In the championship level, whether it be the top four teams, just like the NFL, everybody's got good pass rushers. You don't want to be in passing situations, third and long and things like that. Notre Dame's got to put pressure and force Will Howard to make decisions that he doesn't want to make or make questionable decisions. And I think that's but you got to remember also Notre Dame's pretty good at pass defense is very good. So that's going to be a key. Because like I say, I don't think either team defensively is going to allow a lot of points. I just don't. I think they've been pretty good. They tend to add up at the end of the game as people are forced to jump out of their game plan. But I think you got to put pressure on the quarterback. Obviously, you got it. I think these teams are good at stop the run, get it down to 2 yards or 3 yards so they have passing situations. If you don't stop the run, you never get to good passing situations. So that's a given. But to me, they've got to have a good pass rush, good pressure on the quarterback, and force him into long passing, long yardage situations, or just making mistakes throwing the football. I think they've lost their best corner, injury, 3 defensive linemen, 2 offensive linemen. That's all Notre Dame, and so they're playing with chemistry. To me, they're one of those teams. When I was at Auburn in 9th, we went undefeated. We didn't have the best team in the country, but we had some. We had Bo Nixon's dad's got named Pat Nix, and we just found ways to win because the kids played together. I don't know if you call it chemistry, synergy, or whatever you call it. Notre Dame's one of those teams that plays to better as a team, and so you can't ever just count them out, which makes this game interesting because talent-wise, you got NFL players at every position for Ohio State.
Terry Bowden, 16 years, a head coach in college football. He's a longtime broadcaster as well, working for Sports Grid Network and Amazon Prime these days. Terry, Notre Dame is almost exclusively a man-to-man defensive team. They take pride in it. Can you really go man-to-man 60 snaps against this Ohio State receiving corps?
I think they're going to come pretty close to trying. Yeah, that's what makes Ohio State so difficult. You got 2 first-rounders, maybe 2 of the very best in the country at wide receiver, and their others are exceptional too. Ohio State teams always have great receivers. I think that's Notre Dame's not going to go away from what's made them who they are. They're not going to go, it's okay, this team's even better, we're going to play more zone. Now, they may mix it up some. They've had a little more time off. They can adjust their game plan a little bit, but they're a man-to-man team. And I don't think you change who you are. You've got pretty good secondary people, and you got to win your battles. Put pressure on your quarterback so he'll miss them. Deep ball, if he misses them, it's not so bad. So again, you've got to do what you're good at. You can't come into the 14th or 15th game of the season and not play man if that's what you said. So can they do it? I don't think anybody else has totally shut them down. But we saw Jeremiah Smith last week get 1 catch for 3 yards. And so, but if you double him up, that means the running game's a little bit without a safety involved. The other people are single covered. So they're going to do some things with double covering the 2 wide receivers, mix it up. But eventually you got to play great man on man if you're going to stop the run and put pressure on the quarterback. You've got to play man on man and win enough of your one-on-one battles.
Terry, then how does Notre Dame try to effectively run the ball? Because Notre Dame does not have speed on the outside that really scares Ohio State. So they can they can cover man-to-man, stack the box, and dare Notre Dame to run it. Is it the quarterback? Do you have to run some wide receiver end around type plays? What do you do to try to get a running game going when you know Ohio State's hell bent on stopping you?
Well, I mean, you hit a very major point. And Love is banged up. Love is not 100% for Notre Dame, but he played well, and he's going to play pretty well. I think at Notre Dame, you're not so much. I don't know. You're never going to win. I don't think the total yardage battle. What you've got to win is the 1st and 10 battle. If it's 3rd and 3, and the quarterback can scramble for 3.5, that's a big 3.5, as opposed to being on 1st and 10 and getting 3.5. But I don't think Notre Dame is going to go out there and rush for 180 yards. I think they've got to have smart rushing. They've got to rush for first downs, and they've got to get the end arounds. They've got to get the end arounds. They've got to get stretching and moving, then allow the quarterback to find little seams, because that quarterback will do it great. He'll drive back, and if he thinks he's got a lane, he won't wait too long. And so I think the running game, you can't look at it as how much total yardage they've got, but how many productive plays they have for the situation. Because you don't run the ball very well against either team. I don't know that either team, and Notre Dame's got a little better running attack, but I don't think either team's going to run the ball very well.
Terry, we got about 30 seconds. Sounds like you're leaning Ohio State.
I'm going to play Notre Dame on the line. I think Notre Dame's going to make this. I think their chemistry is going to keep this thing close. They were 6.5-point underdogs against Georgia, and they dominated that game. So Ohio State's going to win straight up. But I think I'm going to hang with the points. I'm going to go Notre Dame.
Terry Bowden, longtime college football coach. He's an analyst with the Sports Grid Network and Amazon Prime these days. Terry, all the best to you and your family. We appreciate your time. Stay warm.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good time.
Terry Bowden. And yes, for those of a certain generation, one of Bobby and Ann's children. Yes.
He coached a little football too.
He did. Auburn, Akron, one of the Louisiana schools. Kind enough to give us a few minutes on this Monday.
Talks a lot faster than Dad.
I thought we might get a dadgummit, though.
I know. I was hoping.
Miller and Moulton. So the Natty is 7:30 tonight on ESPN. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Terry had 5 terrific years at Auburn, and then is 1-5 in his 6th year, and they fired him. But there was off the field stuff going on. I mean, it's Auburn. But I think his first 2 years, I think they were on probation, and he went like 21-1. Am I sad to see the college season end? No, it's been going on for 5 months. It's going to be tough to end by the first weekend in January, DC, because of the New Year's Day Bowls. And Irish football, it probably will. Paul Feinbaum finally figuring out what we've been talking about for years.
What's that?
He said Army Navy cannot be a standalone weekend. It's too important a weekend. College football needs to use it.
Yep.
Who only had 1 full year? Bowden at 5.5 at Auburn. Tommy had that undefeated season at Tulane, which got him the Clemson job.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day, on Inauguration Day, and on Overreaction Monday. If you just missed it on the American Paint Supplies hotline, we had Terry Bowden talking about tonight's national championship. He likes Ohio State to win, Notre Dame to cover, the Irish getting 8.5. 7:30 tonight on ESPN.
You know, the times certainly have changed, David. We've had Terry on the show a dozen times minimum over the years. Talked to him about a lot of college football when he was coaching and when he was out of coaching.
Right.
Well, Ohio State's going to win, but I'm going to take Notre Dame in the points. Because those are things you're used to hearing ex-college football coaches talk about.
Right. The point spread.
Right.
Yep.
We all knew they were aware of them.
Right.
As much as they try to act like they are not.
Well, I think that whole Sports Grid network has now really got in tune with the
I got you.
Spread. But yes.
It just
Yep.
It sounded weird when he starts breaking down the game via point spread at the end.
So Miller and Moulton have always had a theory. You know, coaches have had the play sheet forever. We were always convinced at the top corner of the play sheet was the spread. Because at the
particularly
end,
for the favorite,
right.
particularly for the team that is the favorite when they're good.
Because when you're at a big program, you got a lot on your plate. And there's multiple ways to appease the alumni. Winning is absolute, obviously. But, you know, winning and covering is not bad either. And Miller and Moulton have always believed that at the top programs, the coaches knew.
Tell me Lane Kiffin isn't aware of the line of his games. Come on. Come on.
So we do find it entertaining when all these years later, when a coach starts talking about the point spread, also just shows how different the world is that we live in today. Because my goodness, a handful of years ago, I don't know if we could have gotten that out of a current or former coach mentioned in the spread, unless they were like completely blackballed from the sport, for goodness sakes.
The one thing about this game, when people start saying you need to look at what Michigan and Texas did. What Texas did in the first half was to be very fortunate that Ohio State killed 3 drives with penalties. Ohio State was their own worst enemy against Texas. To me, it was not Texas's defense stopping Ohio State. It was Ohio State stopping Ohio State. They had the stupid personal foul penalty with the drive going that puts them back 15 yards. They had a holding penalty the next drive that put them behind the chains, and they weren't able to accomplish anything out of it. And I think they had a third holding penalty, or another holding penalty. But they had 3 drives that were completely stopped by penalties. Not by Texas, by penalties. And to me, Notre Dame's going to need Ohio State to stub its toe a couple of times offensively to be able to hang with the Buckeyes.
And I thought it was interesting that Terry said that, you know, they're not going to win the stat battle. But when it's 3rd and 2, they need their 2.5. It's 3rd and 3, they just need 3.5. That's all. They need it on 3rd down, not on 1st down.
But he also pointed out they need 1st down to get themselves in those situations as well. Negative plays would be the killer of Notre Dame today.
Notre Dame, Ohio State in Atlanta. Buckeyes, what was it, 2 years ago? Semifinal they played here. The 42-41 defeat to Georgia. when they had the dogs beat. They had them. Had them. Georgia got a call or two in that game also. Had them beat. But Georgia finished and Ohio State didn't. Marcus Freeman can lose this game. He's already gotten a contract extension. Notre Dame's already overachieved. Even their most diehard fan, I think nobody was saying they were going to play for the Natty. They were saying they were going to make the playoff. But I don't know of a Notre Dame person that said they were going to play for the Natty. Mark, can Ryan Day lose to Michigan and Notre Dame in the same year?
No.
As a 21-point and 8.5-point favorite?
No.
I mean, obviously he's not going to get replaced, but you know what I mean. Now, you win a Natty, it's kind of like here's Notre Dame playing for the national championship, and we're all still looking at one another going, what the hell happened against Northern Illinois? And here's Ohio State, who's just beaten Tennessee, Oregon, and Texas. And if they add Notre Dame to the list, it'll be like, hey, congratulations. This is awesome. Job well done. What the hell happened against Michigan? But if he gets to the Natty and loses, oh my goodness. Who would you feel sorry for more? Mark Campbell or Ryan Day? Or Mark Andrews, I'm sorry.
Andrews. I don't feel sorry for Ryan Day. When you've got that type of bankroll and you put that type of team together, certain things are expected. And I think they clearly get it done. What I find interesting is these teams have only played, this will be the 9th time they've ever played one another. For teams that are that close to one another, to not have played more than 8 times prior to tonight is amazing.
Notre Dame hasn't beaten them since World War II?
Before World War II. They won the first 2 meetings. Back to back, David. They held the season series or the program series records. They did it in, I believe, 35 and 36.
Oh, okay. As Arch points out in our Twitch chat room, Woody Hayes never wanted to play Notre Dame. So there goes the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah, when you can get Youngstown State on the schedule, why want to play Notre Dame?
But they did do a home and home recently, and Ohio State won them both. The most noteworthy one was Lou Holtz came out beforehand and said Ohio State's not tough. And so Ohio State ended up winning on a 4th down play. And Ryan Day went off in the postgame.
No rabbit ears there, Coach.
No. We're tough. Who says we're not tough? We're plenty tough. Okay, Coach. Gotcha.
They will have to be tonight.
Yeah. Yep.
But I just don't know how Notre Dame feel this way in this game the way I felt about Houston and Kansas City. I don't think Notre Dame has enough weapons to get past 20. I don't.
So therefore, can they hold them to less?
Right. Can they win a 2019 game? And I don't see how they do it, David. I really don't.
I think eventually all the man-to-man is going to come back and bite Notre Dame. I'm just having trouble because, Texas held the one wide receiver to 1 catch for 3 yards, but they played a lot of safety over the top on him. Notre Dame doesn't like to do that. I have to believe that all the man-to-man is going to come back and bite them. Now, may not. Will Howard may not be good enough to get the ball there. And maybe their corners just get it done. But I watched USC go up and down the field for 3.5 hours throwing the ball.
And I think Terry talked about it a little bit. We've talked about it a very little bit. The one unit that no one seems to want to talk about is the Ohio State defense.
Right.
Everything's about these great Ohio State receivers and how are you going to cover them with single coverage and be able to stop them? And how are you going to stop the Notre Dame running game? Because Ohio State is one of the best defenses in the country. Period. And everybody seems to be talking about that there is a huge canyon between Notre Dame's defense and Ohio State's defense. And there's not. They're eerily similar at how good they are. But Notre Dame's offense is not on the same level as the Buckeye offense. It's just not.
Notre Dame offense has to play the way they did in the second half against Penn State. They didn't do enough until the final drive against Georgia when they put the game on ice. They really weren't doing much offensively. They had the two big plays, the special teams play and the strip sack fumble on the 12. But offensively, they didn't do much. They put one really good drive together against Georgia to put the game on ice. They played a really good half offensively against Penn State.
They did.
A really good offensive half of football. They went right at Penn State, and they overpowered them at times.
Especially after losing the line of scrimmage throughout that first half. They were not the better team at the line of scrimmage against Penn State in the first half, David. They turned it around in the second half.
And that Notre Dame offense has to show up tonight, where for an hour we go, wow, Notre Dame's taking it to them. Huh, I'll be damned. Kind of like when Notre Dame defensively was taking it to Georgia. And we were all going, I'll be damned. Notre Dame's whooping them.
Whooping them. But same thing. Georgia, for the first time in forever, didn't have a lot of skill guys.
Nope.
Not a lot of threats on the outside. Ohio State's third receiver would be a 1 for most every other team in the country.
I'm going to go 27-17 Ohio State. I do think it's a close game for a long time. I do think the Buckeyes make a big passing play in the fourth quarter to get the 2-score margin.
27-14 Buckeyes.
And I'm 27-17 Buckeyes. So we both have Ohio State winning and covering tonight.
If I'm going to lose money on this game, I'm going to lose it betting on Ohio State.
By the way, we both also have the game going under. The over-under is 45.5. Terry Bowden said, hey, two best defensive teams in the country. Probably shouldn't be a lot of scoring tonight, huh? Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yep. No stocks, no banking. Nope. Federal holiday. Yeah, Downs is what, the transfer from Bama? He's a hell of a player. Oh, man. I believe only my first day. I believe that's the case.
The high in Atlanta today is 30.
Mm-hmm. Currently, it's 19 in Atlanta.
Right, and feels like it's 11 with the wind chill I just saw.
By the way, the high tomorrow in Atlanta is 32. The high Wednesday is 38.
Pat 40 posted, the playoff of Northern Aggression will conclude with appropriate outdoor temperatures. Notre Dame and Ohio State brought their fans and their weather to Atlanta.
The playoff of Northern Aggression. That funny.
That's funny.
That
That's
funny.
funny.
Funny is funny.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. On this Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Inauguration Day, Overreaction Monday. How open do you think the Ravens window is, Mark? I mean, this is last year, a gut-wrenching loss in the AFC Championship game as the 1 seed. Now this year, I mean, they led the league in so many stats, yet we're only the 3 seed, commit 3 costly turnovers, miss 2 two-point conversions, lose a heartbreaker to the Bills. I mean, you feel good about the Ravens heading into next year that they just, reload and just keep knocking on the damn door?
I do. I believe in Lamar Jackson. Let me give you a little stat that I read this morning. Our buddy Warren Sharp posted this on X. We like Warren. Lamar Jackson's been in the NFL 7 years. He's 3-5 in the playoffs. Peyton Manning's first 7 years in the NFL, he was 3-5 in the playoffs. Manning went to the playoffs his 8th year, went 0-1. And it wasn't until his 9th year that he won 4 games in a Super Bowl. I think the window's very open for Lamar and the Ravens.
Now, there's no denying in the first half, he was not good. And he had a couple of screw-ups. 2 turnovers. The one was very costly. Cost them a touchdown. Takes a sack, for goodness sakes, on 2nd and goal from the 2.
That play might have been as bad as the fumble, David. The fumble was worse. I get it because it's a turnover. But what in the hell? One, I didn't like the play call.
You just wanted to keep running.
Run the damn ball.
They ran it on first down, got stuffed.
Okay.
Yep.
You have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. Run the football.
Hey, got my vote. I'd never not vote to run the ball. But, you run a 2-guy pattern, they're both covered, throw it away. You tried to trick them, didn't work, throw it away. Instead, you try to split 2 defenders going up the middle. From the 12-yard line, you get sacked at the 8. Now it's 3rd and goal from the 8. It's a big difference from 3rd and goal at the 2. 3rd and goal at the 2, you look at the Bills' defense going, we're running it right at you 2 times. You stop us, good for you.
Actually loved Lamar postgame when asked about Andrews and the play, and he just couldn't defend his tight end more.
I hope so.
I know, but there are 2 answers.
Yep.
There's the defend your tight end when you don't really mean it.
Right,
and
true.
then there's the essentially look at the guy who's asking the question going, are you out of your mind? Do you know everything he's done for this team this year? It's not one. I mean, you could just tell in the inflection in his voice that wasn't I'm pissed at Andrews too, and I'm going to give you a stock answer. That wasn't that answer.
I felt badly. I mean, the obvious for Andrews, but I felt badly for Lamar. Even if Josh Allen had gone down and won the game on a last-second field goal. I mean, literally down 8 on the road, little bit of snow.
In Buffalo, of all places, not just on the road, Bills Mafia. You got it, David.
And he goes 88 yards and leads them to the score and then throws a perfect pass on the 2-point conversion. I mean, to me, it would have been Lamar's answer to, okay, now what are you going to say? Right? I mean, what are you going to say? You may like other guys more, but come on. What can I do again? And by the way, I just did this drive with our season on the line after I had screwed up a couple times 2 hours ago. And I put it behind me and played a marvelous second half in which they scored on every possession but one. And on that one, Andrews fumbled when they were almost in scoring territory.
Andrews will wear the heel outfit for the next couple of days for the Ravens. The fumble and the drop 2-point conversion, obviously a big difference in that game, but there's no saying that game goes to overtime.
Nope.
If Andrews catches that ball. There was 1:33 left, I believe.
Bills had 2 timeouts.
Correct. And they're going to get the ball at the 30 because the Ravens are going to kick the thing through the end zone.
And
so what are we asking Josh Allen to do?
And the field goal kicker,
good.
The field goal kicker early fourth quarter made a 51-yard field goal. So they've already gotten to the 33-yard line and scored points. So Josh Allen is walking up to the going 35, 40 yards. We're in field goal range. I got 1.5 minutes and 2 timeouts. Let's go to work. But I think we all would have liked to have seen it, unless you're a Bills fan.
The Bills fan.
Listen, every Bills fan I know was scared to death of yesterday's game, and every single one I know thinks that they are better than the Chiefs. They're like, this was the game that they thought it was the perfect weekend. Every Bills fan I knew didn't want to face Detroit in the Super Bowl because they thought America was going to be on Detroit's side. Okay, and then
out of them the last time they played.
I know. And then every Bills fan I know thinks, yeah, this Chiefs team is just getting by. We're going to whack them. It is interesting. It's a virtual pick 'em. What is it? Chiefs by 1.5?
Yes. I did see something funny on a post on social media that said that the Bills have been assessed a roughing the passer penalty prior to the game against the Chiefs. Don't think that won't take a life of its own this week.
I will say in the Bills-Ravens game, they let all that stuff go. And there were 1 or 2 plays in which I thought, that might be a penalty. They let it all go. They just broke up the disagreements. Guy gets hit near the sidelines. They let it go. Both sides.
There's something going on right now in the NFL that's starting to tick me off a little bit when it comes to this. There is a little bit of diving. Mahomes is the leader.
Well,
there is diving going on in the NFL in these scrums, and it's embarrassing.
Well, it's funny because I think the Bills are the leader. All right. I think Josh Allen, even Schultz, the tight end, he flopped twice yesterday.
Yes, he did.
I mean, these guys are trying to get calls. And in the regular season, it works. But the crew doing the Ravens-Bills game yesterday, in fact, the one official helped Schultz up after he flopped. He helped him up and probably was saying to him, yeah, it's cute, not today. But how big do you think the Lions window is? Since I asked you about the Ravens, they're going to lose both coordinators probably.
Probably. Line is intact. Gibbs is still there. I mean, Goff is a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. They get most of that injured D back. I think the Lions are in their window. How much longer it lasts, I don't know. But I think they're right in their window.
Okay. So you think
with Green Bay on the come, by the way, more than the Vikings to me, they're a young team. They're a dangerous team. Vikings still got to figure out who their quarterback is.
Yeah, I think the problem for Green Bay is they know who their quarterback is, and I don't think he's the answer. I think he's just good enough to beat the bad and the mediocre, but when you need him to play the good, he ain't good enough. Could be wrong. Could just be early in his career.
But I think they're just in their window. This is going to be hard on the Lions fan. They thought they were hosting an NFC Championship game on Sunday. Oh, that won't be the case. We talked about our former producer earlier. Trent's still in mourning.
Yes, he is. How's it going? Not well.
And David, if that's, because I know the family, trust me, if that's 25-year-old Trent, the old man who's 55 and has been a diehard Lion fan his whole life, is taking it much worse than the son.
I don't know if today being a national holiday helps or hurts. I think most fans would want to go to work today and be distracted.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I was 23. It was cool. It was cool.
It's my fault that they won the national title. I could have ended that all.
In 88?
Oh, no, I couldn't have ended in 88. I'm sorry. That's right. It wasn't until the early 90s that I saw Lou Holtz crossing the street and I was in a car and I could have run him over.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until we're out of here. The home stretch of Miller and Moulton, the home stretch of the Diamond District bonus hour. We got David Sampson, Pat Kerwin scheduled to join us on the show tomorrow. We'll look back at the national championship game, look back and ahead in the NFL, and a few things to talk to David Sampson about. Tomorrow night, we know who goes in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Have a feeling that topic will come up with David Sampson, along with Jeff Torborg passing over the weekend at the age of 83. That's who David fired to hire Jack McKeon, who then led the Marlins later in 2003 to their second World Series. So,
David, we have a Bucks fan that texted the show. Who said, I felt just like the Lions fan last week when the Bucks lost. In my opinion, they could have beat the Lions and the Eagles. That's why next season should be better, especially with the 24 draft class evolving even more. So it took them a week to get over that loss. I don't think the Lions fan will get over this loss until the Super Bowl ends, if they get over it at all.
Yeah, I don't think they get over it this year. I think the only way they get over this one is to either host an NFC championship game or to go to the Super Bowl.
And it's funny, you know, we've talked about Baltimore for a long time, that the regular season just doesn't matter anymore. What are you going to do in January? Now, the Lions obviously haven't been good long enough, but when you lose the way that Detroit did, their fan base will just be waiting until January next year, if they can get to January.
Right. Likely having to do it with two new coordinators.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. Most of these things involve inaugurations. FDR sworn in for his unprecedented fourth term today in 1945. JFK sworn in at 61 as the youngest president. 1964, a little music. Meet the Beatles, released in the U.S. Heard it did pretty well. Today in 68, David, the game of the century. Houston beats UCLA 71-69 to end the Bruins' 47-game winning streak.
In the Astrodome, Elvin Hayes, UCLA would get their revenge in the Final Four. They drubbed Houston by over 20. It was the big break for Dick Enberg. He was the UCLA Bruins broadcaster, and the game was nationally televised which was a big deal for college basketball at the time, and Dick Enberg did the broadcast.
1971, Marvin Gaye releases What's Going On. That still plays.
Yes, it does.
Nixon's second inauguration today in 73 takes place with the flags flown at half-staff in mourning for former President Harry Truman. Super Bowl 14. Today in 1980 at the Rose Bowl. Steelers beat the Rams 31-19. Terry Bradshaw's your MVP.
Trailing 1917 going to the fourth. A virtual home game for the Rams. Lynn Swann had been knocked out of the game earlier. He was down to just Stallworth. And he hit him on a post.
That same day, President Carter announced the boycott of the Winter Games in Moscow after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Today in 81, Reagan is inaugurated and the hostages are released. 82, Ozzy Osbourne bites the head off a bat on stage in Des Moines, Iowa. That's rock and roll.
You know, that'll follow you. I mean, all these years later, that's followed him.
85, Super Bowl 19. Joe Montana and the Niners defeat the Dolphins 38-16. 1986 was the first federal holiday honoring Martin Luther King Jr., MLK Day. Also, HW was inaugurated. That same day in 89, Reagan becomes the first president in a 0 year since 1840 to leave the office alive. Clinton inaugurated in 93, W inaugurated in 01. Breaking Bad premiered today in 2008. Obama inaugurated in 09. The musical Hamilton premiered today in 2015. Trump in 2017 and Biden in 2021 inaugurated. Buzz Aldrin is 95. Paul Stanley from Kiss, 73. Bill Maher, 69. Ozzie Guillen, 61. Rich Gannon, 59. Lyman Mark Stepnowski, 58. Nikki Haley's 53. And Nick Foles is 36. David, what did I miss?
I don't think you missed a damn thing. Not a damn thing.
Huh. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Actually, Mark, I got one thing.
Okay.
My bad. It was, 22 years ago today that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers shut down Veterans Stadium. NFC Championship game. Brad Johnson, the big pass play to Joe Jurevicius, setting up the go-ahead score early, and then that Bucs defense. And Rondé Barber taking it to the house. And Tampa Bay goes to their first ever Super Bowl and wins it and hands the Eagles the second of what would be 3 consecutive defeats in the NFC Championship game. But that was the final game played at the Vet.
For the good today, we go to London, where an 84-year-old British man, armed only with a pair of trousers, beat back a mugger half his age who tried to rob him at a laundry. Ron Croker was drying his clothes when a masked thug accosted him at the laundry. It was all caught on a surveillance camera. It appeared that the two men were struggling over the pair of jeans, but the would-be robber wanted Croker's wallet, and he wasn't giving it up with a fight. Croker pushed the man out the door and told him, if he comes back, I'm going to kill you.
Damn.
Yeah. The guy ran back into the store. Croker pushed him back, swung his pants. The legs hit him in the face, and then he finally retreated. You're a mugger and you get beat up by a pair of pants by an 84-year-old?
Not
Find
much
a
of a
new line
mugger.
of work, dude.
Yeah, you're a minor league mugger.
For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where If you were eating at the Deep Lagoon Seafood Restaurant, you saw a boat crash. While leaving the dock, a pontoon sped up and hit another docked boat, putting the pontoon right up on the engines of the outboard motors. That'll leave a mark. No one was injured in the accident. And finally, the ugly. You know, there are all these records out there. People wanting to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. I don't understand it, but that's their thing. But I can't say that there's anything good about this record because a Turkish woman set a world record squashing 5 watermelons within 60 seconds using only her thighs.
Damn.
Can't imagine what her boyfriend thought watching.
I can. Hello.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Still offering $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers, plus other jobs available. All information at capecops.com.
Make sure your vote in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. The parade is this Saturday, beginning at 10 a.m. in Naples. The races, gates open at 10:30 on Sunday. Races at noon. Go to swampbuggy.com for all your information and for tickets to the races, swampbuggy.com. But the poll question is, do you want the NFL to go all in on this replay assist, where basically New York or somebody up in a booth somewhere can just radio down and go, yeah, that was face mask, move it 15 yards, or that wasn't pass interference, move it back. And every time I checked, Mark, over 80% of our audience kept voting, oh yeah, I want it.
I think as a society, David, we want to get the calls right.
Here's what would disappoint, I think, many of you. You'll be surprised how often New York would uphold what took place on the field. I mean, the NFL's already come out and said Troy Aikman was wrong twice for complaining about the 2 calls that went against Houston, the 2 15-yard penalties, which is funny because one of those 2, Russell York, our official, who was employed by the league because he was the best damn guy on replay in the league. He agreed with one of them, but the NFL disagrees with him. And that's the other thing that you'd get, too. You'd see a replay, and you'd expect New York to come in and save the day. And New York's going to come in and go, nah, looks fine to me.
And David, I quickly have to get this in because I screwed up. Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. 427-3441, 239-427-3441, Bonita or Naples location, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service.
Normally Monday is a big college basketball day on the men's side. It is not today. The Big Boy Conference is taking the day and night off. It is a noteworthy day on the women's side. There's a women's doubleheader on Fox, Big Fox, beginning at 3 o'clock today. Our friend Nikki Collin in Baylor, ranked in one poll, just outside the ranking in another. They're taking on UCLA. That's unbeaten number 1 UCLA at 3 o'clock. And then Texas, Maryland, a top 10 matchup at 5:30. Both games, once again, on Big Fox. Huh. Good for women's hoops. NBA plays on Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Starting at noon.
Dallas and Charlotte on NBA TV, if you're interested. 2 o'clock, Detroit and Houston. 2:30, Memphis hosts to Minnesota.
That's a pretty good game right there.
I'd agree with that. Could be a first-round playoff series. Atlanta's in New York. Trae Young against the Knicks at 3.
Another pretty good game.
Yep. Phoenix has actually gone on the road, won a couple. They're over 500. They're going to take their shot in Cleveland against the Cavs at 3:30. By the way, your NBA game is Boston at Golden State at 5 o'clock on TNT. The
Celtics 10.5-point favorites.
At 2:30 on TNT is the Minnesota-Memphis game. So you got a Fox women's doubleheader at 3 and 5:30. You got a TNT NBA doubleheader at 2:30 and 5.
A lot of hockey tonight too, David. Actually, today and tonight.
Right. Bruins play at 1 o'clock today. All right. We've got a couple of Denver sports fans. The Avs at 3 today, One Mountain, are taking on Minnesota.
But the game of the day is probably Tampa Bay and Toronto.
In Toronto, 7:30. And if you don't watch it on a local regional, it's on NHL Network. But obviously the sporting event of the night in Atlanta, the Natty, 7:30 on ESPN. And last year, they started the game damn near at 7:30. So 7:30, and it's not on ABC. It's only on the ESPN family of networks. They got a lot of alternate broadcasts. You can check it out. You can get one with just the coaches. I mean, there's a lot of alternate broadcasts. 7:30. Ohio State, Notre Dame. Miller and Moulton both picked Ohio State to win. We both picked them to cover. And we both picked the game to go under 45.5.
So there. You know, that coach's broadcast is not half bad if they gave me the same pictures I was getting on ESPN.
Okay. Instead of them sitting around in the studio?
Yes. I can't see it. I think sometimes they bring up some great commentary, but I am unable to see it as clearly as what they are.
Mark's pick is Ohio State 27-14. Mine is 27-17. Let's hope for a good one tonight. Miller and Moulton. We'll recap the Natty. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, scheduled to join us tomorrow. Happy MLK and Inauguration Day. Miller and Moulton.
Swamp Buggy Racing returns to Naples, Florida Sports Park Sunday, January 26th for the Swamp Buggy Winter Classic. Naples' all-American weekend of family fun starts Saturday the 25th at 10 with a red, white, and blue parade and celebration down 41 from Coastland to 5th. But Sunday, we're Swamp Buggy Racing. 6 categories, from Jeeps to Bog to the big V8s that roar around the famed Mile of Mud. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Get tickets today at swampbuggy.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's
The
capecops.com.
world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.